This sitting is resumed. Prior to the suspension, the government business was order number 1. We revert to order number 1. The honourable member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I would first wish through you to begin by thanking the people of Barbados, and in particular, the people of St. Michael South Central, for the trust that they have placed in the Barbados Labour Party and in me by electing me as their representative. It is an honor that I do not take lightly. It is a privilege as a daughter of St. Michael to be able, and as a young Barbadian who was educated free, who was raised by St. Michael, who was raised by Barbados, it is certainly an honor to be able to represent the people of St. Michael South Central, and I take very seriously the responsibility and the trust and the hope that they have placed in me, and I vow to do my utmost best in representing them. I want as well to thank my parents, my mother and father, and my sister for also raising me and for also making sure that I had a sense of social justice, a sense of right and wrong and service to the people of Barbados. In particular today, Mr. Speaker, I want to honor the memory of my sister Gail, who passed away 4 years ago, and who is with me every day as, for me, the purest example of what love of people looks like and what real service to people looks like. I want to thank my friends, old and new, who, before and over the period of the campaign, jumped into action in an area that they have never worked before. Indeed, I'm sure some of the other honourable members would agree with me that this campaign really saw a reinvigoration and a renewal of the hope and the interest of young people who began to look around and start to see people, those members represented here today, in whom they could finally trust, and to start to see the beginnings of a political class that certainly started to look a lot different from what we have seen over the last 10 years. So I want, Mr. Speaker, to thank my friends, old and new, who saw a change that they could get behind and who gave of their time and their energy and their effort in this change that took place on May 24th. I've had the surprising privilege during the campaign to work with a number of young people, and I would say through you, sir, to my colleagues in this chamber, that our responsibility is great to the young people of Barbados. And I know that based on the ideology and the philosophy of the Barbados Labour Party government, this Barbados Labour Party government, that the young people of Barbados are in good hands. I want as well to thank at this stage the staff of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, who have also leapt into action, faced, as the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and her team were faced, with the most horrifying set of circumstances, the most horrifying economic and social conditions that were left by the last Democratic Labour Party government. So I want to thank the staff who realized the urgency of being able to come to the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, to say something to them about what we would be endeavoring to do on their behalf, and working as a team to make sure, under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, that we were able to bring as a government the budgetary measures that we heard on Monday. And finally, and in particular, I want to acknowledge, through you, Mr. Speaker, the members of the Barbados Labour Party, the ones who just show up every day to move a chair, to spend their time to provide encouragement, not only in their own constituencies, but across the 30 constituencies of this country. Most of Barbados does not see them, but it is their strength that has held us up, and I want to thank and acknowledge them this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I further would congratulate the people of this country, not just thank them, for their courage, for their sense of discernment, in being able to see beyond the oppressive miasma of the last lost decade in this country, and for daring to believe again in Project Barbados. I want to congratulate the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, for so decisively rejecting the narrative that better could not have been done, and that they did not, and in fact do not, deserve better. I dare say, sir, that on this past Monday morning, during the presentation of the budgetary proposal by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, that Barbados was able to see what better looks like. And so, sir, in expressing my full support for these measures, I wish to salute the Honourable Prime Minister for a well-reasoned and thoughtful approach and delivery in communicating these measures to the people of Barbados. It is an approach, sir, that mirrors her overall approach to finding solutions to the precarious economic situation in which the country has been placed. And I do not say in which we find ourselves, I say in which the country has been placed by people who courted the trust of a population and then systematically for 10 years let them down. But sir, the role of the social partnership in this process has for me been nothing short of inspiring. And it just goes to show you what can be accomplished when people are shown respect and when people are told the truth. When people's ideas are allowed to contend and when people's contribution is acknowledged. So I would encourage the members of the private sector, I would encourage the members of the labor movement not to be disheartened by the attacks and by the notion that they have bent easily. They realize and they acknowledge, as the Honourable Prime Minister has said, that many hands make light work, that based on what faces us, we all have to share this burden of adjustment, and they have done their part to ensure that the burden is not disproportionately carried by any one part of the society. To suggest otherwise would be to dismiss the fact that what people really want is to be listened to. What people really want is to be heard and respected and allowed to contribute to the development of their country. This is a democracy. And I am here, Mr. Speaker, along with my colleagues, the honourable members of this chamber, to help ensure that we return a sense of real democracy to this country. And I am proud to be a part of that effort. In turning to the measures introduced, Mr. Speaker, I want to say first, and this should be obvious, but I fear that based on the trends of the last 10 years, it may not be. I want to say first that we have come to government to work. We have come to government to do the people's work and the people's business. So that even as the members of the former Democratic Labour Party administration fight underwater for captaincy of their own sunken vessel, we are all aboard USS Barbados. But sir, before we can get back into open water at full speed, we have to pull safely out of harbor. And sir, that is what these measures are about. It is being termed, these measures are being termed a mini budget because, as you heard from the Honourable Prime Minister, it is not the full extent of the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan that we have brought to this chamber, but rather those things needed to fix the vessel, to pull safely out of harbor, so that when we do pick up full steam in open water, we are fully prepared for the journey. And so that, unlike the buses that the last Democratic Labour Party government allowed to operate on the roads of this country, so that nothing essential falls off or catches fire. We have to be ready for the journey. We have to make sure that our people are ready. And so the work of this economic team, of which I am privileged to be a part, under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, and the engagement of the social partnership, were not for optics, but they were for the purpose of finding implementable and effective policies to secure this country's fiscal position. I want to repeat that, sir. Finding implementable and effective policies to secure Barbados's fiscal position, to address the debt and the deficit, to build our foreign reserves, and to secure the peg maintaining the value of our dollar. All of these things, and especially the last objective, having been agreed as a worthy primary objective among the social partnership. I stress implementable because, sir, we have just endured the most complete menu of failed plans and policies by the previous administration that I have ever seen. And truly, the previous Democratic Labour Party government has, at least in one thing, been thorough, dependable, and predictable, and that has been in their failure to deliver to the people of this country. I give you as an example, sir, the National Social Responsibility Levy that I will confess for months, the private sector, those abroad seeking to invest, nobody could quite figure out how on earth you could apply, implement, and collect this tax. It, from the start, even at 2%, was a bad tax, distortionary. By the admission of the former Minister of Finance, as he presented the measure in this chamber, would have caused inflation and caused the economy to shrink. And so it makes me chuckle slightly, sir, to see the underwater warriors now daring to suggest that these measures are going to shrink the economy and therefore shrink the revenue base for tax collection. The NSRL, Mr. Speaker, collected less than half of what it was projected to collect. And so these measures presented by the Honourable Prime Minister, member for St. Michael North East, aim to bring back the capacity of implementation to the work of government. Because, sir, you cannot just write down some words on a paper and hope that by some miracle there will and can be done. You have to get together with people who have to do the implementation, people who will be affected by the measure, to understand how it will work and to project the real revenue. The Honourable Prime Minister said on Monday that we have to bring back again the rigor of showing the real cost of government, showing the real numbers. And so the focus has been on what is implementable. We propose to repeal the NSRL because it is a bad tax. And the revenue measures introduced to replace it have the benefit of being efficient. To remove the road tax, sir, and to replace it by a tax that is levied at the pump would suggest almost 100% efficiency. Would in fact collect more and more efficiently than the road tax was able to collect. And so that is what I mean when I say, sir, that we have come to unpack what it is in government and in our measures of the past that do not work, and to use the brightest minds in this country, they are not just in this room, in this chamber, sir, to make sure that we build back a government and a system that is fit for purpose and fit for the service of the people of Barbados. In a country the size of Barbados, sir, with so many external variables, so many factors over which we have so little control, we need to make sure that we maintain the predictability and the security of the value of our currency. So with the utmost respect, sir, I would, through you, caution my good friend, the leader of the opposition, the member for St. Michael West, lest he be unfortunately cast in the eyes of Barbadians as a successor to the former member for St. Lucie and his unique style of computation. I would not want that for the honourable member. So, on the matter of the reserves, Mr. Speaker, they are currently at US $220 million. And this is in response, sir, to the questions raised in the honourable member's response to the budgetary measures yesterday. The total external debt service for June alone is $100 million. Had all debt service due in June of this year been paid on schedule, reserves would have fallen to less than 4 weeks of import cover. Most of us in this chamber will remember the reserves crisis and the balance of payments crisis of the early 90s, where at that time reserves stood at 2.5 weeks. So I would wish for the honourable member to appreciate that a strong foreign reserve position is what defends the value of the Barbados dollar. It is a serious imperative and not something that can be dismissed with vague questions and unhelpful conjecture. There is an underlying reality, sir, here in Barbados. One that this government did not create, but one that along with the people and friends of this country, we will fix. So, Mr. Speaker, while we have made, and we will continue to make, the utmost commitment to fiscal discipline and to reintroduce the very notion of fiscal discipline, and in fact, any kind of discipline, really, to government and to the governance of our economic affairs, while we are committed to such discipline, we are equally committed to making the investments necessary to ensure that our people are able to both participate in and benefit from the recovery, growth, and transformation that will follow. And sir, that is what these expenditure measures are about. So that while the Honourable Prime Minister, in her delivery of the measures, emphasized the importance of protecting the most vulnerable, which is, I agree, important, I go further. That these expenditures not only protect the most vulnerable, but that they are, in fact, social and economic investments in the infrastructure, in the institutions, and in the people of Barbados. So that those people are able to provide and contribute to a platform for growth, for development, and for this country's true independence. These expenditure measures are not by accident. It is not by accident, sir, that we have proposed to increase pensions. And it is not, in fact, solely, although in great part related to protecting the elderly. But the fact is that in economics and in social policy, we have an idea, something known as a dependency ratio. Is something that we have to look at in households. It is related to household size, it is related to the structure of the income of the people in that household. And what is it? it is what is the burden on that income that is caused by the number of people or the level of responsibilities in that household. So that what we have seen up and down, certainly for me, St. Michael South Central, across St. Michael and across this country, is that because of the precarious and disastrous economic and social position of the last decade, we have a situation where people who may have lost their homes or lost their capacity to pay rent have moved back in with their grandmother, moved back in with their aunt. And so household size started to increase. People have less and less capacity to pay a mortgage, to pay rent, to find a job, to find a home. And so households are large. And so what we find is that these pensions actually support several people to be able to do several things. Mr. Speaker, pensions in Barbados support people to have to go to the University of the West Indies. And that is why I say, sir, that these measures are not by accident. Because one of the saddest legacies, saddest and most ironic legacies of this last Democratic Labour Party administration was the removal of free tertiary education to regular people in this country. Sir, I would not be standing before you if I did not have the opportunity to access free education in Barbados. And that is the case for many of us and many out there, and many of them who were in here. And I cannot tell you the number of households in St. Michael South Central where students were going to UE or attempting to go to UE but had to drop out because they were the only income that they had in that household was a pension. So it is not just about the individual, that old woman or old man, and what they're able to do. It's the fact that more and more older people have responsibility for lots of people. And so we knew, sir, that in order to ask households to carry some of the costs that we're asking them to help us carry along with capital and along with visitors, in order to ask Barbadians to pay for the cost of a cleaner Barbados, for a healthcare system that functions and serves them, and for them and their children to be educated, we knew as a government that we would have to help give them the wherewithal to do that. And so this is not any exotic sea creature that is at play here. These are well thought out proposals that reflect rigor of thought and reflect the fact that we talk to Barbadians. And to be complete in the thought, sir, these are also measures that in part appear in this manifesto document, which I believe still bears the signature of the Honourable Member for St. Michael West. So these were not by accident, sir. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, how would we even begin to propose to take this country forward now in 2018 with 5,000 pit toilets still in place across Barbados, with garbage and sewage and broken down buses and the various parts littering the streets?
The honourable member has 5 minutes remaining.
In St. Michael South Central, the problem of pit toilets is a real one. The problem, indeed, sir, of quality of housing, quality of the housing stock, security of tenure of land and property, these are all real issues. that if we left them to themselves, would in fact reverse much of the important work of former Barbados Labour Party administrations in making sure that Barbadians were able to have a piece of the rock. And so this last Democratic Labour Party government, far from making sure that tenantries in constituencies like St. Michael South Central were handed over duly to constituents, they would now seek to suggest that we cannot afford, nor should we be attempting to afford, to increase people's living conditions. We cannot, even in the context of an important and necessary fiscal adjustment, seek to take this country forward. Barbadians can no longer stomach living like this. So who would we be bringing along with us if we left them in this condition? If we did not make sure that young people could go to the University of the West Indies and similar institutions free of cost, who would we be asking to become the entrepreneur in every household? Who would we be asking to make the tourism sector more competitive? Who would we be asking to make the creative economy and the cultural industries something that Barbados could be proud of? We are, sir, creating the platform for growth and development in this country. But not only do Barbadians not want to function in this way, but apart from the former member for St. Michael South Central, no tourist wants to come here and swim in sewage. So if in the course of making sure that we remain competitive and that we are able to grow in the future, we have to ensure that we get Project Barbados right. And for that, sir, I am grateful that the social partnership, and indeed based on the feedback that I have received from my constituents and the rest of Barbados, have gotten on board with many of these measures. Because, as you heard from the Honourable Prime Minister on Monday, this is not just about what we do in the first 3 months, but you have to stabilize the patient before you can go any further. And so in giving my full support for these measures, sir, I want for you to say to Barbados that we will continue to speak to the people of this country. We will continue through the email address that we have provided, ideas for Barbados at barbados.gov.bb, to listen to what people have to say. And we will continue, sir, as we have started, to be a government that is about business, that is about work, that is about representing the interests of Barbadians. So I fully support these measures, sir. And in fact, I am excited about helping take this country out of the muck and mire of the last 10 years. I'm excited to feel the sense of hope that other people feel and reflect to me. Because, sir, once again, the people of this country see that we can be what we were becoming. That we can go to places that our ancestors perhaps never dreamed of. And finally, sir, that we can be free to dream again. Sir, I am obliged to you.
The Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
I am happy for this privilege to be able to make a contribution from this Honourable Chamber again. I'm really proud to be coming after a young, bright female who has worked really hard, as have all the others who have been successful in the last election on the part of the Barbados Labour Party, and I highly commend them for their stewardship thus far, and pray that they will continue to carry this spirit of voluntarism, working together with others and serving the people of Barbados with distinction. And so I say congratulations to them. I also want, sir, to highly commend the Honourable Prime Minister and member for St. Michael North East, who championed the cause of the Barbados Labour Party over the past few years and brought along with her these bright young people who will carry on from where persons of my age and that of my honourable friend here from St. Michael South will leave off. But we have set the trend, and they have a hard route to travel trying to follow, sir. St. Michael East. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely grateful as well for the privilege to be here again, having the opportunity through the wonderful people of St. Thomas to be able to serve at this high level. And I therefore want to express my gratitude to them in a more public forum that will touch many more persons and households than normally, and to let them know that there had been a resounding victory. And I thank God first, and then the people of St. Thomas, including my family and friends, for the confidence they have bestowed in me, and they can rest assured that I will never ever deceive that trust. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that having been given the responsibility of managing the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs is really a wonderful opportunity for me to be engaged in that all-encompassing environment where I can, the ministry will reach out and touch both the aged and the young, of course the indigent, the disabled, and so on. And I want to let all know that no stone will be left unturned. All will be looked after despite their color, class, political persuasion, employment, whatever their status is in life. Because a Barbados that I knew of the past never separated people or served them because of their political standing, but they were served because there were Barbadians with a need, or there were Barbadians who had a service to offer to carry Barbados forward. And that is why we could have been boasting previous to 2008 of Barbados punching above its weight, stepping into the position of a developed country. And I want for the public of Barbados to rest assured they will not be singled out and punished or victimized or cursed or insulted because of their political persuasion or their religious persuasion. They will be having a hand reaching out to them. And in our People's Assembly, we will encourage everybody to come, because it will not be a political forum. It will be a forum specially designed for Barbadians to come to make their contributions, whether it be in the knowledge and skills that they have, if they want to add funds to some of the project, whatever they want to do. That is not the mantra of the Barbados Labour Party. We have come to serve the people of Barbados, and we want to live up and continue to live up to our motto that is more than 80 years old, that says a better life for our people, hence this mini budget that we are discussing at this very critical time in our development. I want as well, sir, to say that clearly the people of Barbados have spoken with their exes, and that the fact that they have given us the mandate says that the rest of Barbados, beyond who are here today, have got confidence in a government that can take them to the next level, and they will be taken there. And to have come in with an institution of this kind, and under 3 weeks, a prime minister can come up with these kinds of policies in this budget, sir, it speaks volumes of the capacity and the ability of our leader and our members here, as well as all those stakeholders who forgot that they had families over the last few weeks. Some of them worked, sir, from morning until night. I think about 3 days ago, some of them were up until 4 in the morning coming together with the social partnerships and others to make sure that Barbados remains stable and that we don't get another downgrade. Because 21 downgrades in a 10-year period is a disgraceful thing. And then we still cannot get answers as to how did we get here. The people down in the Caribbean have been asking us. They always saw us as the leaders and the champions of the region. And they're asking, how did Barbados get here? So too, sir, was the leader of the then Democratic Labour Party government, now Sir Lloyd, who asked his party, how did you get so, and what can I do to change it? To this day, nobody has paid the elder any attention. The members of the Barbados Labour Party must keep working with the elders. That is where the brain and the experience and the direction can come from. Nobody in any part of the world should disrespect elders. You look at Japan, you look at that China and those places, many of them have got elders who are the ones that, and in Africa, the elders are the ones who guide the society, who guide the various institutions. We must show respect for our elders, and I'm not saying that because I'm an elder now. I am saying that because that is how societies have the generational links, passing on the cultures, the mores, the norms, and whatever else comes with it. Barbados will remain respectful to everybody despite any age or class or color or political persuasion. I shall repeat that because we have lost an entire decade where there has been so many hardships, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes I wonder if I will hide. But I'm a proud woman, and I believe in serving at a level where even if I have to take my own, as I know many Barbadians do, not just politicians. There are many Barbadians who open up their businesses and offer to people who are suffering. There are churches and other institutions that serve Barbadians and visitors among us because they have the compassion in their heart. The last administration, that Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, did not seem to have a heart. It reminded me of some character in the Bible whose heart was so hard. Even Naboth, who had the vineyard, and that man took away the vineyard although he had so much. That is how I felt about the last administration. And you could talk from now till the cows come home, citing the inaccuracies and the inadequacies as well. And they will want to scoff us off, and sometimes even literally curse, Mr. Speaker. But you know I don't curse, I'm a very decent angel child. And therefore I will give a little retort, but avoid the dirty language, because that dirty language will take us nowhere when we know that the children and the young people of Barbados are watching us. And they are emulating us because they see us as these real decent people, upstanding people who can make a difference in their lives. They will emulate us, and if we do good, they're going to do good. If we do bad, they're going to do bad as well. I also want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to say that as a result of that, those austere measures that were foisted on us, families got broken. Husbands went back home at their mothers, wives went back home at theirs, or they found somewhere else to live that was cheaper and gave up the house that they were paying a mortgage for in order for them to be able to survive. The mortgage funds are the ones that came in for them to pay that mortgage through the rental of the house that they lived in. So many friends and persons I know have lost entire properties. I spoke to a lady only last Sunday morning. She said, I have to find somewhere to live because I've lost my work. I cannot pay my mortgage. I only have about 3 years now to complete. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? She still had the capacity to use a phone and call, but a lot of people have gone mad. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you would not like to lose your wonderful little home in St. Philip when you have worked so hard day and night toiling to be able to own a piece of the rock. And it is so unreasonable. But to make it even worse, sir, some young people lost the hope of Barbados being ever able to offer them anything. Our prison is bursting at the seams with our young people who lost hope. Because when you stop offering skills training, and you stop them from being able to go to the University of the West Indies, and our schools are not properly funded or sometimes even supervised, our young people go on the wrong street. Who are the mentors? Who are the people in the community that seek to reach out to them and uplift them and give them another way. The drug dealers are the ones whom they look up to because it's easy money, and a lot of them have that slogan, get rich or die trying. But who gets impacted upon otherwise? All of us, because they feel we have money. We might be stepping along. Them rain clothes are more than 15 years old today, Mr. Speaker. But they will feel that, look, she looks good, she has money, I believe. And therefore, rob and choke and so on. Our young people need another way. And this Barbados Labour Party will chart the way again for our youth to be able to become meaningful and useful in this society and making good contributions to change this whole culture around. We said all aboard, and Barbadians came all aboard, hence 30 members as parliaments here. Today, I'm not going to dwell on any adjustments that have happened since then. And I want to say that we were able to do it effectively because dialogue with people is so totally different. I saw dialogue take place up in Christchurch South with the sewage area that has all the challenges. And all came on board. And now we know that there's a great injection of funds in here to stymie the process of what is happening in our streets. I've never seen the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, go there. I know the minister went weeks and months after. I know 2 ministers went into the sea. And what they did, I don't know, except I found it offensive and illegal for them to pull up a sign that was placed there to say, no bathing. Any young boy in St. Philip, St. Thomas, St. Andrew, St. Peter, wherever in Barbados had done that, they would have had to face a court case. And I'm saying we must be careful what we do. The eyes are on us. But I want to say that as a result of going and doing the rubbing shoulders and making sure that Christchurch by the sewage plant was looked after, we were able to include an injection in funds in this budget for the people of Barbados. Because when the South Coast and when the Bridgetown sewage plants are given trouble, then it means we're going to have a serious impact, not only on the residents here, but on the tourism product. And we cannot afford for our tourism to slip any further down the drain. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that the National Social Responsibility will be repealed by this government by July the 1st. And it says that so many thousands of people suffered as a result of that draconian measure that was instituted by a minister that when I looked at the NSRL, I said no sense of real leadership for the then Minister of Finance. Because if he had a sense of real leadership, he would never have foisted on us that NSRL that has helped to destroy the fabric of our society and the conditions under which people live. Our elders had to pay NSRL. They have to use medication. They have to buy food, clothing. Many of them have to pay rent as well. They have utility bills to pay. But our elders, who are the ones that have toiled day and night, Mr. Speaker, in our plantations, in the houses of the plantation owners, in the stores in Bridgetown, in the various institutions of government, they are the ones who are the backbone of our society. And in their twilight years, I call it, they must be able to sleep comfortably and to go to school, sleep with a proper meal, and be able to purchase their medication without paying a handling fee, and to be able to access whatever is necessary for them to be comfortable. And so the NSRL will go so that our people can have a better life, as has been espoused by the Barbados Labour Party. They had to pay more rent, more for their taxes, for the land. They had to pay more for the services generally. And if they had anything imported, that too had been taken out. They suffered. Our manifesto gave them a guide, and that is the reason why many of them came over and made sure that the Barbados Labour Party become the government to be able to make that tremendous change. I am happy that my Prime Minister, the first female Prime Minister in Barbados, has come up with this creative budget to turn around the lives of Barbadians who have been suffering for 10 years when a government only looked after itself and its families and friends, and that was the slogan they came on. Families first. And their families got through first, while real Barbadians who had done so much were left out hanging in the corner, waiting and begging. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I look to see the numbers that gather on the outside and what we call Hero Square, a place where we should have young people performing the arts, like the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South, who dethroned the whole Prime Minister. I'm so happy for him, Mr. Speaker. That performing arts and other activities should be going on in Hero Square on the close environs of this distinguished chamber, sir. But when you look there this evening, Mr. Speaker, I'll walk with you on the outside. You don't have to worry about me and an old woman, but I respect young men. I will walk with you and let you have a look, sir, to see the squalor that is on the outside of Parliament. The most distinguished, one of the oldest parliaments in this hemisphere, Mr. Speaker, and our people are out there waiting for food because they've lost their work. A government that said just a few days before an election in 2013, nobody will go home. Bus fare will not go up and all those other things. And we have people out there who were sent home unceremoniously, not from the ministerial level, not from the high civil service level, but the poorest of the poor. The janitors, the MTW workers, the NCC workers, those in rural and other communities. And it hurts, Mr. Speaker, to see what goes on out there. More than 150 people out there every evening. Some are now women with children. And that is what the Democratic Labour Party has reduced us to. I trust that the last decade that they have would be the last time there will ever be a people who have managed this country, because they've brought us to our knees and our people have lost their dignity as a result of the stupid measures, the austere measures that they have placed on us. I think it is so wrong. But I want to say, sir, that the pensioners are a little happy today. They are a little happy today because by the 1st of July, the government has injected an $18 million amount so that those who are getting non-contributory pensions will be able now to get an increase, to be able to still eke out a better living. Many of them have chronic non-communicable diseases and they need the medication for the diabetes. They need it for the arthritis. They need it for the hypertension and so on and so forth. And therefore, I want to highly commend my leader and the team of distinguished personnel who work day and night to make this a reality. Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. I also want to, and of course, there is a plan for those who are surviving on survival benefits and invalidity benefits for them to be included in this particular situation. I also want to, Mr. Speaker, to refer to $5 million to top off the welfare initiatives. The welfare department, I learned last week, still has about 3,000 people that are benefiting by that system. There's no way that more than 3,500 people could have been sent home by the government between Christmas 2013 and ever since then. And then the private sector would have added their numbers to it, and it can still be 3,000, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I'm sure that this $5 million will go a long way. There's nothing more embarrassing and hurtful than for people to call and say, I've been back to the welfare today, I've got these 4 little children, the father isn't given anything, my parents are not around, I really was never a person whom anybody really treated in any way, but I must have food to eat. And when I went back, they told me come back next week. What are they going to go back next week with, Mr. Speaker? They don't have the $2. Some of them are sending to school children at secondary level with no lunch. And I pray that the school meals department will continue to offer a free lunch to those children discreetly, because other than that, they will get ridiculed at the secondary level if they don't have something to eat. And a child that is hungry cannot learn. And therefore, this $5 million additional amount to what had been voted for in the estimates will go along the way in helping these people, these families, these individuals to be able to go forward. The disabled are included in that as well. The funding there will help them to top up for the light bill. Sometimes you can do it without the light, but Mr. Speaker, you can't do it without water. A lady called from Christchurch, I don't know her, she barely called in on the office an evening last week, and she said, I'm trying to call somebody else, and they said, well, no, you've got the one person. She said, who is it? I told her. She said, my pipe was off for five years. I think she's in St. Michael's, Christchurch, West Central. She said, and I had an accident, and somehow, mistress, I never got my pipe back on. She said, I've got injury, my children were with me, the insurance has not settled, but every time I go to get help, they tell me, bring the letter from the lawyer to say that I did not get any compensation from the accident. She said, I took the first one, it cost me $150, somebody helped me. I get a little something. Now we're going back again to say, they stop it again. We cannot afford in Barbados to be trampling on other people. The only reason why persons of my level have been able to reach here is because my mother had the opportunity to work in the agriculture belt. There's little or no agriculture belt now for people who are unemployed to work in. And the few who are trying to work are being run all over the place because they're vending. I went into your constituency, sir, canvassing last year, and every other house has been selling some sauce or some sweets, some corn curls, some bananas, something from inside of the house, Mr. Speaker, you know, in Longford Place. And that is because those are people who have their pride and want to work and earn and not to go begging as okay, well, look, when you go to the welfare department to be able to survive. And I commend them highly, but everybody doesn't have that facility to buy in advance and do the sales. I have a difficulty with people being dragged to the ground because they have a little flat screen TV from when they're working at Max Garment Factory, and when the welfare officers come, some of them, not all, they tell them, but how could you be living in poverty and you have a flat screen TV? And the people have little children that still want to see the little movies in the evening when they come home, because sometimes there's nothing to give them to eat. Something is wrong, Mr. Speaker, with the psyche of some of our people who have come to the hornpipe, whose parents had to go vending at a school for them to be able to survive. Some of them had to work in shops and in stores and in under all kinds of conditions to raise their children. And then as soon as they get that degree that we say is free, they forgot from whence they have come. It is wrong, whether it's happening in that department, in the schools. We have a lot of teachers who are not fulfilling their roles either. And this government has got to help correct it, not to interfere with any teacher, but to make sure that the management of schools is at the best. So when our children go in, they are not being bullied, they're not being ordered out of the classroom, they're not being told you come from this community or the next so you don't fit in here, because all of that is happening in our institutions. If the child comes in a pair of brown shoes because the other was burst, the mother is not working, the father is not giving, or he is working, the mother, and then they're told, go back home, you're not wearing the right shoes, so we're gonna drop education to a level where it's about a pair of shoes. I went to school barefooted. I went to primary school barefooted, Mr. Speaker. Here I am, and the young people must watch that. Watch us to see we're holding our heads up now, but we have come from the bosom of poverty and risen to the top, but how dare us knock down the bridge that we crossed? Something is wrong with the psyche of some of the people in this country, sir. We have forgotten to love God. Love one another, for love is of God. Something is wrong. But the Barbados Labour Party has pledged, and it will deliver, and I want those poor people to get the help, some help with the rent, those who really meet the criteria, some with light, some with water, some with food, some with Pampers for the old people, because the money is so limited, they cannot afford to buy Pampers to serve a whole week. And no senior citizen should have on a Pamper one a day, because they have to have a bowel movement, and they have to urinate, and there's so many intricacies that we come to the highest level and we seem to have forgotten. Suppose it were ours. Suppose we were in that position. Put yourself in my shoe. Do unto others as you will have them do unto you, Mr. Speaker, is the golden rule. I don't even know if my young colleagues over there know that, because they don't seem to teach those things in school anymore. They don't teach it at the university, I know for sure. Do unto others is called the golden rule, sir. And I hope you will continue to look at the golden rule. Do unto others as you will have them do unto you. I had reason, sir, to go to the hospital twice yesterday evening with a very dear friend. And I know that some changes were made to upgrade the facility. But I'm still extremely disturbed because he is still waiting in the triage area, I think that's what you call it, for a bed. The officers there, though, the nurses and the doctors and the workers there, I saw yesterday twice, not once, because I left in the early hours of this morning, were working under very trying, cramped circumstances. And I believe that that injection of $11 million will make a difference. But coupled with that is the funding that will be included for the extended hours at the Randall Phillips and the Winston Scott Polyclinic. Because too many people seem to think, if I go to the hospital, I will get better treatment. Some of them don't understand, once the facilities are equipped with the machine for the kidney, dialysis machine, and for the dentist to be there, and so on and so forth, if they feel that they will then have to leave there to go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, they're not going to access those facilities in the same way. But I beg them, once those facilities are open, well equipped, well, full of the equipment, and of course the staff, and I believe that is what will happen under the astute leadership of my colleague for the city, the member for the city, I believe that those polyclinics will speak for themselves and they will make a tremendous difference and lessen the load of what is at the QEH. We have some very stupid, lawless drivers who come and then take up the time that people who been there from this morning waiting. Once there's a bad accident, somebody gets shot or whatever, everybody gets pushed back on the back burner, and then those people are given attention, and I can understand that. But if they go to these polyclinics where my government has sought to make sure...
Honourable member has 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To make sure that the treatment can be offered, I encourage Barbadians to go there. The trust loans, that's another area that I'm really very proud of, because we talk about entrepreneurship, and I believe that the late Annie Wilson would have come through. That way we believe that the shopkeepers would have been glad for that kind of opportunity. And once our young people and the older ones get a chance to become the entrepreneurs, they can be empowered by those small loans that this government has sought to make available to them, so that they too can become the entrepreneurs of this next decade or two. I know that the potential of Barbadians was being thwarted, but we can't keep looking back. There's a silver lining behind that cloud, and this silver lining is being unfolded as a result of this injection of the $10 million for the trust fund. I don't have to speak anymore on UE, because we've already talked about it. The most I can say is that too many have suffered as a result of having to step away, and all communities across Barbados have it. And there's no point in thinking that middle-class people could have done without it. They are some of the ones with the biggest mortgages. They are some of the ones who have to educate 3 and 4 children like anybody else. And they too were in programs, mothers sometimes and children, fathers sometimes and grandchildren and so. And I'm happy that that funding will be available. And I believe that the fervent prayer that has been sent up for Barbados has been able to help us to be able, through the expertise of the distinguished folk who work with the Honourable Prime Minister, will be able to make that opportunity so that more individuals can climb up that social ladder. There's no point in going for a job now unless you have that degree. And almost everybody tells you on 5 years experience too, but if you have just come out of the university, you can't have 5 years experience. I started to teach at 17 years, and I believe I'm one of the best teachers in the world. And I support the effort at 17 years with 1 certificate. That is a fact. And I'm telling young people, if you lose an opportunity, another one is going to come. Just prepare yourself and make that sacrifice, and once you make it, you will get there. And I like that idea where we're going to look at the master teacher and the nurse with all the professionalism and pay them accordingly, because everybody can't be a head teacher. And every head teacher should not be a head teacher, or every principal should not be a principal either. And every teacher should not be a teacher, and every bus driver should not be a bus driver, and every member of parliament should not be either, unless they can prove themselves to be all embraced in making people comfortable in the environment. The final one, sir, is to do with the sugar farmers, and it's a shame that this government that was so visionless and clueless would have been owing them $14.5 million when we know we have to rely on the sugar to get that little foreign exchange. I pray that all those persons, especially those with the plantations and large tracts of land, will not only look at this, but will in turn get out there and help work with government for the landless project, because a lot of Barbadians and young people want to be able to work for themselves. They want to be their own entrepreneurs. They know how to plant the aloes, they know how to plant various foods, and so that are really very necessary in the international market. So for the export, the food security, but for export, and I'm sure that that injection of funds, once that happens, will help us to lift that amount of foreign reserves that we are missing. I'm not going to deal anymore with transport, except to say, sir, that the injection of funds will help there too, because Sturgis is now a dead village. The route to Sturgis, sir, not a bus until once every 4 hours. And we had one of the bus best services in the island, because this government chose to go to something called the TASI project, Transport Authority project, took off the regular transport board buses, put on some mini buses to fly the route, that will breach the rules and go to St. Peter instead of Sturgis. So when you get in a bus in the bus stand and you think that it's going Sturgis, you look, this body ain't living in Richmond Hall, nor Jackson, or... The man says, get out, this is going Speightstown. And it is a project that they had been given permits to exclusively travel on that route. Well, I'm ashamed to tell you though, Mr. Speaker, there is no taxi project in Sturgis and no dialogue with the people who came on board at town hall meetings with the then minister and the team to be able to have a proper bus service going. So my senior citizens now have to pay bus fare. My school children now have to pay bus fare. And then you see a bus once a blue moon, and if one does come at all, a tire can break off, the brakes let go, then you're going through precipices, you're going through hills. Now the ZRs have taken over the Sturgis. I want the police in the same way they were at the bottom of Ashford Hill to see if somebody is driving at more than 60 miles an hour. Stop those minibuses, those ZRs that are on the Bridgefield Road and the Richmond Hall and Sturgis Road, and make sure that the transport board, I'm calling on them, no man should get any $20,000 a month, Mr. Speaker. Not an MP here that spent his or her life in money has been able to get that kind of money, nor do we want it unless we work honestly for it. Nobody should be getting any $20,000 a month, and we can't get a bus to come to Sturgis, sir, and people are losing their work. And the school children get to school late if they go at all. Grantley Adams children can hardly go. I know you're telling me, Mr. I want, sir, for a Sturgis bus route again. That my people, I want for a districtly bus proper route again for those folks to get, as I will for the rest of the people in the island. And I commend the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member of Parliament, for the wonderful idea of the pit toilets that I will get a chance, sir, in the public's domain to talk about, because it takes away the dignity of people. And I pray that the landowners, especially the tenantries, will ease their minds and put themselves in the shoes of the tenants and let them get the privacy, because the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, St. Michael East.
Honourable Member, if we continue, you want to take up some of the other members' time. We don't think they would like that, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I respect you highly. It is better with you than it was with the one before you, but I respect that highly. And therefore, sir, I want to thank you sincerely for the opportunity.
Our member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, of course, wish to extend congratulations to you on your ascendancy to the chair as a new member of Parliament, and look forward to high-quality standards of speakership, much higher than in the previous, my previous sojourn in Parliament over the last 5 years. But I, of course, cannot start my first speech as now a cabinet minister on this side of the parliamentary floor without praising the Lord and thanking him for all my 57 years of good health and for carrying me this far. Thanking the wonderful constituents of St. James North for voting me back into this Parliament. 84% of them, of those who voted, and the 16% who didn't vote for me will know, as they always do, that I'm there for them just as much as I'm there for those who voted for me. I thank, of course, and filled with tremendous gratitude to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Barbados for thinking me fit and able to be a member of her cabinet. I have prepared myself since late teen years for striving and serving the people of this country, and I hope that I will do justice not only to the cabinet, to the people of St. James North, but to the people of Barbados and, of course, the wider region. I wish to, of course, thank the management of and staff of the Ministry of Home Affairs, which I have the mandate at present for making life comfortable for me over the last 2 weeks. Of course, it's a new ministry, separate ministry, and you know, the accommodation wasn't there ideally, but they've made life very comfortable for me, and I thank them and for all the briefs that have been given to me within the departments under the ministry to help get me acquainted with the various challenges and issues relating to that portfolio. Thank, of course, the people of Barbados for their overwhelming support for the Barbados Labour Party a couple of weeks ago in the elections. The voice of the people, the voice of the Lord, and they found it fit not to give the Democratic Labour Party any seats in this Parliament. Not only found it fit, but by overwhelming majorities, in each case every seat, Barbados Labour Party won by over 1,000 votes, except one in St. Michael. 500 votes in the St. Michael seat, as you would be well aware, Mr. Speaker, is still a fantastic majority. And the people of Barbados, we will not let you down. Over the next 5 years, you have seen how this government has started an 800-meter race as a sprint. From start to the finish, 2 weeks, no government has ever done so much or engaged the people so much. Barbados communicated with such vigor and effectiveness, and it is a stark comparison, Mr. Speaker, to the last 10 years when you had a sleeper self-confessed as the Prime Minister of Barbados, and people were not engaged in the affairs which were being made on their behalf. It's a pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to have a parliamentary representative of St. Lucie for the first time in a quarter century, who yesterday delivered himself of a tremendously effective speech on behalf of not only the people of St. Lucie, but the people of Barbados, and we will no more be trying to figure out the mathematics of how a 20% could be more than an 80%. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central delivered fantastic treatise on the macroeconomic situation of Barbados, and it's great to have him in here. We will no longer be hearing about cutting throats, slicing necks, and demonic children. Cracking heads, Mr. Speaker. It is great to have the Member of Parliament, new Member of Parliament for Christchurch East in here. He will solve the water problems of this country, the sewerage system. You will see, Mr. Speaker, that the Right Honourable Prime Minister has presented $27 million to fix the South Coast sewage project and the Bridgetown sewage project initially. So we would not have to, the public of Barbados will not have to be treated to a Minister of Environment who could only speak on same-sex marriage, but could not fix any sewage problems, deliver any garbage trucks to the people of Barbados. Honourable Member new Member for St. Philip West, tremendous to have you in here. We will no longer have to hear Minister of Agriculture who, even though he criticized every budgetary proposal, because his alternative debt reprofiling was thrown out one time by the Cabinet of Barbados, but still continued on each occasion to support the government, as well as the then Minister of International Business, former member of St. James South, even though they knew that their government was going down the wrong line. A political hypocrisy at the highest. And all the new members we welcome in here, Mr. Speaker. These budgetary proposals have been set on the background of a Barbados that was left on May 24th, quite frankly, in economic and social turmoil. At the bottom of the pit, after the Barbados Labour Party had taken it up to January 2008 on the precipice of becoming the smallest developed country in the world, left us on May 24th with a debt to GDP ratio of 175% when you took into account the arrears to be added to the contingent liabilities, foreign exchange of only $220 million US, third most indebted country in the world per capita. That is the legacy of the worst government Barbados, not only Barbados, but the whole free world has ever seen over the last 10 years. And it is credit to the Right Honourable Prime Minister and her economic team and the whole cabinet and the Barbados Labour Party parliamentary team, but not only us, Mr. Speaker, but the whole of Barbados, because this budget has been said by the Right Honourable Member for St. Michael North East is the budget of the people of Barbados, because it speaks towards what we would have garnered from the people of Barbados over the last 3 years, rubbing shoulders with them, meeting with all the sectors, the business, labor, all the stakeholders who have a major interest in the future and advancement of this country. And this is as creative a budget as they come, reminiscent of the budgets of the Right Honourable late Tom Adams, and even, to say so, the Right Honourable Owen Officer. And the burden of taxation has been spread throughout, not only the poor or the working class or the civil servants who might have borne the brunt of the Democratic Labour Party's misguided tax policies, the 40 new or increased taxes that they passed in the 10-year period, but it's been spread around now, whereby the high-income earners will now have to pay 40% of their income at the highest level. The corporations would have to pay the highest tax, now at 30%. The international visitors who come here as their home, as has been said, some 3-4 times a year, 40-50 times. Some of them have come throughout their life, some even more, will have to bear. And there hasn't been any furor over these tax policies because they comply with the social engineering principle of people like Roscoe Pound, that you tax to try to create eternal happiness for the maximum amount of people. And that is what this budget as well is striving to do. Jeremy Bentham as well, of course, would have been privy to that kind of principle. These tax policies simply try to bring into legislative effect the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party. And so you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't remember it being made a document of the House, and I therefore now wish to make the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party 2018 a document of the House. A document which, by the way, sir, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition signature is attached to it here, Jay Atherley, on the last page. And therefore, he finds himself in a very peculiar situation. But this manifesto, sir, which now eventuates in the budgetary and financial proposals of the Right Honourable Prime Minister 2 days ago, seeks to again make tertiary education for Barbadians, all Barbadians, sir, state-funded, something, sir, which ought never have been changed. For 50 years, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch South so clearly enunciated this morning, and I welcome him, sir, and I'm especially glad that he is here. I mean, someone who has been my friend and school colleague for 45 years through secondary school, law faculty, law school. You could not have said it better. And he said what I've said all the time, that we could never have afforded free university education. But each government, from the Right Excellent Errol Barrow down to the late David Thompson, even though he struggled, found it fit to have free tertiary education at University of the West Indies for all Barbadians. And for a government of a cabinet of 17 persons, 14 of them who were the beneficiaries of free tertiary education, some of them taking 9 whole years to get 1 degree, you know, sir, as the Honourable Member of the city would know, in the case of his opponent. And some of them having paid 4 degrees, 4 whole degrees, by the people of Barbados to have reversed that sacred trend, social trend and social capital for Barbadians, really and truly, in my opinion, was an act bordering on criminality. And it is with pleasure that I will be voting, of course, for a financial statement that will again include free, state-funded tertiary education for Barbadians, a reinstatement of it so that poor people in Western who had to drop out of University of the West Indies, you know, some of them, my foundations saved because we, as I've said before in this parliament, found it totally, you couldn't contemplate really that you're in final year and you have to drop out. So we gave some of them a chance by funding, assisting with their tuition fees, like a mortgage. That is how the government had them paying. But that they can again aim and dream and hope to go to the University of the West Indies so that they too can rise from circumstances of poverty into which they may have been born to aim and become now a Prime Minister of Barbados or Governor General or reach the highest round of whatever profession or career that their talents and potential will lead them to. This budget, sir, is about $10 million for the Accident and Emergency Unit, and a department that is so fundamental. I mean, the health of a nation is the wealth of the nation, and so fundamental to the whole substance and being of Barbadians. And we all know that that department has been in absolute turmoil for a decade or even more. And this is about giving the new Minister of Health, the Honourable member for the city, $10 million to try to move to bring some kind of remedy to that department, which is so fundamental to the whole well-being of Barbadians. This budget is about a 24-hour opening of 2 polyclinics, which we have been speaking about for so long, but which the last government did not have the political will to bring into being. And within 2 short weeks, a government of the Barbados Labour Party led by Right Honourable Member for St. Michael North East brings this proposal and finds the money for that through the Parliament of Barbados. This budget, sir, is about a $5 million rapid roof replacement program, which we're into the hurricane season, sir, and we all have constituents, sir, that would have been dislocated in terms of their roof, at least certainly most of us. I do, through Storm Thomas. When it passed, it was a storm, it went down then to Grenada as a hurricane, that have not up to now been able to have their roofs repaired because government has not found it fit to advance monies for such a program. And this budget is now about finding $5 million to repair roofs and to make sure that they are steadfast in case, God forbid, bad weather comes our way. This budget is about a $10 million to start, sir, to commence the elimination of pit toilets from across the length and breadth of Barbados. Because in the year 2018, we're going in almost to the 3rd decade of the 21st century. I mean, it is scourge on our record as a country which was fighting above, it's punching above its weight a few years ago to still have pit toilets about Barbados. And there's some in my constituency of St. James North. And certainly, sir, this has to be tied in because a lot of this has to do with, as well, the fact that we still have archaic Zone 1 rules which affect my constituency, which affects the constituency, the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, I know as well, whereby you can't build waterborne toilets attached to a house once that house was built after 1974. That is a policy which we will be addressing as well, sir. We have to address that because, and certainly this pit toilet eradication, I'm sure, can be tied in a bit with that in terms of addressing a Zone 1 challenge. This budget, sir, is about the purchase of garbage trucks, new and second-hand, initially second-hand garbage trucks, new, whereby the last government of 10 years, 5 months could not find it fit to buy 1 garbage truck. Barbados in total chaos, garbage not being collected, on average 3 weeks in most areas of Barbados. I got a phone call in April, sir, from residents in the Women, my constituency. Garbage hadn't been collected for 6 weeks. And that is what this budget is about, finding money to solve that mission critical issue. This budget is about purchasing new buses and repairs of existing buses to the joy of the Honourable Member for Christchurch Western and Minister of State, the Honourable Member for St. Lucie. Again, mission critical situation where the Barbados Labour Party on the Mitton office in January 2008 left over 200 buses, and suddenly they're down to less than 70 after $26 billion collected from the people of Barbados in taxation, the highest tax rate in the history of Barbados, but not 1 cent found to buy any new bus. But yet, as the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, who is, quite frankly, a guide to new members in terms of being what a Member of Parliament is, that Honourable Member said, you couldn't find any new buses, and the public transport system of Barbados in total chaos. This budget, sir, is about increasing the minimum non-contributory pension by 50%, so that old people without whom we would not be here today, who have sacrificed for us to be here and to be what we are, and persons with disabilities can access more money now each month to try to build up their standard of living in a situation where, generally speaking, welfare benefits to persons with disabilities were cut by the last administration, sir. This budget is about protecting the most vulnerable in society by giving $5 million more to the welfare budget, so that those who are really in dire straits, the single mothers that might have 5, 6 children unemployed, having difficulty collecting money from the fathers of those children, have some buttress and support now to try to alleviate their harsh poverty. Because you remember, sir, that poverty increased under the last regime. They had a poverty study done by the Caribbean Development Bank that showed, and I believe the Honourable Member for St. Michael, South Central, she certainly would know more about it than I do, which showed 1 out of every 5 Barbadians were below the poverty line. And that was 6 years ago. So you imagine what it was on May the 24th, 2018. This budget is about seeking to bring those persons now, bring up the standard of living so that they too can hope and aspire for the future, and that their children can be given the opportunity to reach the top and to aim for the sky. This budget, sir, is also about $25 million in road repairs and the bushing programs, where we in this Parliament 2 years ago voted $67 million for road repairs, but yet we were told last year that roads were, well, not us, as the Right Honourable Prime Minister said, the visitors to Barbados, we were not even given the courtesy of being told that potholes were a transitory inconvenience, when so much money was voted in this Parliament and collected in road taxes and in other taxes, which could have gone to repair roads. So I look forward to some of the 20-odd roads, Honourable Minister of Transport and Public Works, the 20-odd roads that I wrote about within 6 weeks of becoming the Member of Parliament for St. James North, that I wrote the then Minister of Public Works about. I look forward to some of them being repaired with some of this starter money, which I no doubt know will be increased in later budgets and circumstances. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is about the abolition of the National Social Responsibility Levy, one of the most iniquitous taxes ever passed in the Parliament of Barbados since there was majority vote. I contemplate in my mind many times, sir, whether that tax was a worse tax than the municipal solid waste tax also passed by the last government. And in my mind, the jury is still out as to which one is the worst tax. A levy on top VAT, which was increased by the Democratic Labour Party government from 15% to 17.5%, an 18% increase, and which was only to last 18 months in 2010, but which is still on. So this is about eliminating now that 10%, and that 10%, as the economists in Parliament would know, would have been multiplied because it was on top of other taxes. And that will bring down the cost of living, certainly when the present supply of goods are out and when new goods and shipments, imports are brought into the island. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is about a 5% across the board increase for public workers, something that they were denied for the last 9 years. And the then government of Barbados, quite frankly, and the labor unions know it, treated them with absolute contempt and disrespect. They had no intention of giving any salary increase. They took back their 10%. They did that, of course, saying that they couldn't survive off of $180,000 a year, plus travel allowance, entertainment allowance, telephone allowance, per diem of US $250 a day every time they traveled. They couldn't survive off of that. They had to get their $200,000, but yet had no intention whatsoever of giving the 25,000 public workers any increase in salary. And where the members on this side, the 12 opposition members, nobly, and continue, sir, until that comes in, this month too, we would give our 10% restored to, you know, noble charities, Council for the Disabled, the Alzheimer's Society, Diabetes Association, Cancer Society, you know, the Diabetes Association. That's where our 10% went. That's the philosophical difference between people in the Barbados Labour Party and those in the Democratic Labour Party. This budget, sir, is about an economic recovery and transformation plan, brought in record time after 2 weeks of a new government. So that shows the preparation for this position that the Right Honourable Prime Minister gave. I mean, the Democratic Labour Party, when it came into office in 2008, you could see it came in without a plan on how to carry this country forward. The Right Honourable Member for St. Michael North East came in with an absolute plan. No? Yeah? Honourable? Okay. Honourable Member, I'm told, sir, came in with a plan, because she had been planning for this for her whole lifetime, and nothing wrong with that. That is where leadership comes in, and where difference in leadership makes the whole difference in terms of the advancement of a society. We speak, sir, and of course I used to shadow the Ministry of Education. We speak about giving safety officers and additional social workers and guidance counsellors. And we're starting with 7 schools because we can't afford to do it for all, but no doubt it will increase as money comes in. And this is something that we sat down with the teachers' unions, and they were at one with us on this to try to solve the problem of bullying and violence in schools, which the last Minister of Education, whose political career has been gladly terminated and concluded by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, sat down in this Parliament, up the line on this side, and said he would have solved 2 years ago by bringing in a committee of all stakeholders, and never even formed such a committee. That's what this is about, by trying to now guide our young people and to make them safe and the whole society safe.
Honourable Member has 5 minutes remaining.
Yes, sir. This budget, sir, is about easing, about trust loans for young entrepreneurs. And obviously the Uniform Ministry of Entrepreneurship is one of the key ministries, together with the Ministry of Education, in terms of creating entrepreneurship in our young people. And I hope that people with disabilities will take advantage by joining together to avail themselves of this whole scenario. I totally agree, sir, and because I've said this for a long time, about young people, students at the University of the West Indies, paying for their university education by giving back voluntary service. And this budget is about people at the University of the West Indies doing a minimum of 100 hours in terms of voluntary service. So that, for example, during the summer, rather than having summer camps like the last administration spending millions of dollars, these young university students will go and mentor children in summer camps and in service organizations which will assist them in creating a whole mindset of volunteerism in this country, which has to be part of the advancement of this country. But, sir, you know, Proverbs 17:23 says that a wicked man takes a bribe secretly to pervert the ways of justice. And the reality, sir, is that this government will tackle corrupt practices which just pervaded the last government, and which are one of the prime reasons why we find ourselves today in this position in terms of our society and our economy. And it was bad, sir. It was bad. You know, we have already presented before this Parliament, sir, an Integrity Commission bill, which we will move to pass and bring into law as soon as possible, not like the last administration, which promised such legislation in 2008 but never delivered. In fact, they intentionally never delivered, and they know why. We heard this morning, sir, and the main culprits in terms of this corruption, together with those in high places, and as the leader of the opposition knows, the spiritual wickedness, there was spiritual wickedness in high places. The main culprits were attorneys at law and contractors supporting those in high places in terms of these corrupt practices. And I'm ashamed, sir, of some members of my profession, a profession that I've been a member of for 34 years. We heard this morning from the Honourable Member for St. Michael about one instance, which was made a document of the House. He wasn't a Queen's Counsel then, sir. Michael R. Yearwood invoicing $5.8 million for a project that never came off. Rewarded with a QC now. Apparently paid, certainly we have not even been able to find out how much, certainly the first $700,000 and then another $1.1 million. That is the kind of situation where the money of Barbados has gone. Late Prime Minister Erskine Sandiford asked how we got there. Again, that is partly how we got there. Attorneys at law, sons of former attorney generals, invoicing and getting paid all kinds of millions of dollars for legal work, some of which cannot be found. Reading 2 documents, signing 3. We heard about a pal and legal associate of the last Prime Minister, former chairman of an employment rights tribunal, again made a QC on the eve of last election, just like how some were made QC just before this election. And $1.4 million to Barbados Water Authority. You know, and finance officers and people in authority sitting down and paying out these monies. And Attorney General, then Attorney General, thanks to the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, he will no longer be ever in this Parliament sitting down, knowing that these things happen. But yet, because they sponsored these people, allowing it to go through. And we talk about campaign financing. These are corrupt practices. Someone who was a Speaker of Parliament as well involved, $700,000 paid by BIDC. But in addition to that, judgment against for carrying away, withholding wrongfully $200,000 plus from a person with disabilities, but still sitting down in a Speaker's chair. I mean, this is the kind of situation that the people of Barbados voted against in their tremendous numbers. And they also voted against corrupt practices Because as the Honourable Member for Christchurch West said, the people of Barbados are saying somebody needs to face the criminal justice system.
The Honourable Member has one more minute.
Thank you, sir. And we will tackle that, sir, after we tackle all of these mission critical issues and the social and economic malaise that we have found Barbados in. We will have to, on behalf of the people of Barbados and in their name, tackle the corruption that pervaded Barbados. People all over the world talking about it, that pervaded Barbados like parasites over the last 10.5 years. Mr. Speaker, we will do good by the people. We have to ease doing business, and certainly within my ministry, I stand ready to do that. I've already spoken with departments such as the Immigration Department, which we all know is a hassle in terms of applications, whether it's for work permits, citizenship, for people who might be married to Barbadians. We have to ease doing business. Police certificates of character, which also fall under me. I mean, it can't be a situation where 75–80% of people require police certificates of character to apply for a job, and it taking 6 weeks, in some cases 2 months, as it took last year, a period to get a police certificate of character. But certainly, sir, we stand ready as a team to be together with the people of Barbados to address and solve these problems and make Barbados be proud again and stand as a light in the armor of small developing countries and in the Caribbean. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the budgetary and financial proposals which have been brought before this Parliament by the Honourable Prime Minister and Member of St. Michael North East. I must say from the outset that having sat on the other side not so long ago, that it gives me great pleasure to sit in this chair today, to be refreshed by the number of contributions that have been made by my colleagues, in particular the younger members who have now come to the fore for the first time. Over the course of the last few months, we have been in a very intense campaign. We have, at times, not always agreed with each other. At many times, we have agreed with each other, and we got got on the ground, and we made sure that we did what we had to do in the interest of the people. We had a leader who led from the front, who spoke to us at every opportunity, mentored us, shared her vision, and in turn allowed us to be a part of what we consider to be the new Barbados that we would like to be able to shape and to be a part of. We have been fortunate as a party to have had such leadership, because I believe that, like many other Barbadians over the course of the past 10 years, they have felt a sense of a lack of leadership in this country and a lack of leadership at the helm of this country. It has caused Barbadians across the world, and certainly people who have a love for Barbados, to question where Barbados was going, how it was going to get there, and certainly if there was anything that they, as persons who had a passion for this country, could do to take us from what I think many consider to have been a decay in Barbadian society and certainly in the economy. This election has been about giving the people the right to have a say. It has been about allowing people to share in a dream and a vision for what they would like to see for their country. We went across the length and breadth of this country in what was called the People's Assemblies and Rubbing Shoulders programs to talk to people, to encourage people to yet again punch above their weight, to allow people from outside of Barbados to also have a say in the type of Barbados that they wanted to see. We did so because for the last 10 years, we had come to almost not recognize the Barbados in which many of us had grown accustomed to. It became a Barbados where sometimes the leadership of the country, when it did speak to the people of this country, brought a message of doom and gloom, and in some cases brought a message that many Barbadians did not understand. And for I think most of us and most business people, most people across this country, the opportunity to once again have a say in our affairs was something that we saw Barbadians of all walks of life start to rally behind the Barbados Labour Party, certainly in the last election. But now we are here, and most Barbadians understand and appreciate that how we have gotten here. And we haven't gotten here the way that the Democratic Labour Party administration wanted the people of this country to believe that we had gotten here. It wasn't about blaming the Barbados Labour Party for the finances of the country, but it was recognizing that in the last 10 years, what took place in this country was an administration that was ineffective in carrying out the mandate that had been given to the people, by the people back in 2008. It was a recognition by the people of this country that better could be done in the name of the people. It was also a recognition in this election that Barbadians understand that there may be corruption in high places, but that they also believe that because they're exposed to what happens in the rest of the world, they believe that there are certain standards that must be set in the highest office of the land. And Barbadians voted for a different kind of Barbados in which corruption could be stamped out. I'm proud to be a part of a Barbados Labour Party administration that made a commitment to the people of this country, first of all, that we would, in the first 3 months of our administration, bring to the fore integrity legislation for people in public life. We have honored our promise to the people by laying that piece of legislation in this chamber, and it will soon be debated in this chamber by our members. And I start there because I want the public and the rest of the world to understand that while the Barbados Labour Party mandate that we've been given was a resounding victory for us, that the people of this country expect that we would lead by example, and that what obtained in the last 10 years must not become ever what must obtain for the duration of our tenure, so long as we are in public life. I certainly came to public life. I've wanted to be in this place for a long time, and certainly as a minister of government. I believe that this election, apart from having a number of highs and lows, for me on a personal level, gave me the opportunity to fulfill something that I have felt very passionately about from coming up as a child of a politician, and certainly being able to allow my father, who is a former representative for the constituency that I now have the honor to represent, to be able to live long enough to see a child of a politician in politics, because many of the children of politicians tend to run so far from politics that for me it was important for him to be able to live to see this living memory take place. It was also important, and I really am proud to know that both my father and I could serve at the highest office of the land, both him in the Senate and myself in the House of Assembly, albeit his for a temporary time, but it is forever going to be etched in the history of this country that certainly the Bradshaw family has had its place and has made its mark in the history of the Parliament of Barbados. This election was also historic because I believe that the people of St. Michael's Southeast, who have allowed me to have the privilege of serving them, recognized that it was time to also stamp out the types of community practitioners that come to public life, as I've said several times during the campaign, to suck on the nipples of the public purse. People who come to public life not in the interest of the people that they are there to represent, but who, for whatever reasons, sinister or otherwise, believe that they can take advantage of the people and do things in the name of the people that are against the grain of what they say that they have come to public life to do. And I know that the member for St. James North and certainly the member for St. Michael South Central spoke to this somewhat, but I would want to echo their sentiments and go further to certainly let the Honourable member for St. Michael West also know that having signed on to what all of us did and prayed on it, and supported it in the before the last election in the manifesto, all of the things that we said as a party that we would commit to the people of this country to do, that it would serve him well to recognize that he did so in the name of the constituents of St. Michael West. And this electorate has certainly sent a message that they will not be kind to people who do things in the name of them and then turn around and do something else. And I asked the Honourable Member for St. Michael West to just err on the side of caution. Now, the other thing, Mr. Speaker, that I believe that needs to be mentioned is that they did believe, and I had to take the pressure at times and the commentary coming from this side of the chamber on many occasions, that I came to Parliament by way of a minibus or a bus load. But the resounding victory that I had in St. Michael South East, the over 2,700 votes, has put to rest the belief that I was not secure, that I did not do the work, that I did not care about the poor people or about the people of my constituency. And while many of us came in on a landslide, I do believe that quite apart from the leadership that we had as a political party, that I know that for the last 7 years, from when I was in the Senate until now, that I have put in tremendous work for the people of the St. Michael South East constituency. And I want to thank them today for the privilege of being able to represent them. Certainly, I have the pleasure of the member for St. Michael South, also being a product of St. Michael South East and also St. Michael South Central, the member for St. Michael South Central as well. And so I'm proud to be in a parliament that has produced two loyal sons of the soil who have come out of the bosom of the St. Michael South East constituency. I, like other honourable members, will also thank the Most High for giving me the opportunity. It has not been an easy road being in public life, and certainly for those who may not fully appreciate the journey for many of us getting here, I want to share a bit of that as well before I touch on the budget again. But I want people to understand that the preparation of this budget and the journey for us to be here today, this is only, tomorrow will be 3 weeks that honourable members have come to the fore and started their work in their respective ministries. We came out of an election campaign. Within 2 days, we were sworn in. By the Monday after, we became ministers in some cases, parliamentary secretaries, senators in some instances. And many of us have had to hit the ground running in our respective ministries, even though we have only shadowed many of these areas, or in some cases, we haven't shadowed the areas before. But what is interesting about the process that has brought us here is that the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party has ensured that we've been prepared for this journey that we are now about to embark on. And so we have had very many sleepless nights, even before we were having to start work. We had sleepless nights, as many of us did, dissecting the manifesto and committing to, in the wee hours of the morning, to ensuring that we understood what we were committing to as a political party to the people of our country. We had many sleepless nights preparing to be able to influence decisions in relation to what was done. And I know that since we have come to office, many of us are either in the office early or we're there until late, making sure that we have a full grasp of our respective ministries. And I want to also thank the people who have worked very closely with the Honourable Prime Minister to ensure that we wasted no time as a political party in entering into negotiations with the International Monetary Fund and with respect to our creditors, and certainly with the private sector as well. The Barbados Labour Party has prepared for this day and certainly for this journey for the past few years. And it is a pleasure to be part of a party that has not waited until we came to office to be able to fully appreciate the magnitude of the problems that confronted our nation. And to that, the Barbados Labour Party must indeed be proud, and those who have supported us. When I look at the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party, because you know there has been a time in our history where people had little regard for the manifesto. I remember when I was in the Senate chamber, myself and the Honourable Member for St. James Central would often refer other honourable members to manifesto promises. And it almost became a running joke because it seemed as though the then party cared not to even read the things that it had committed to the people of this country with respect to. But what is contained in this manifesto, I am proud to say that in just 3 weeks, when I look through what we have said that we will do in the first 6 months of an administration of a Barbados Labour Party, that in particular in dealing with our debt, which we had identified as one of the mission critical areas, the Barbados Labour Party has already started the process of discussions. And the Honourable Prime Minister has not only started discussions with the people who matter in relation to our credit rating, but has been upfront, transparent and accountable to the people of this country every step of the way, letting them know what has been happening in this country. We said that we would fix the South Coast and the Bridgetown sewerage project. And you have heard that not only have we visited the sites, but we have ensured that monies have been allocated to ensure that sewage does not continue to flow on the streets of the South Coast, disrupting what we consider to be our very fragile tourism industry, but also that we address the neglect that has taken place by a Democratic Labour Party administration in relation to Bridgetown as well. Because it is not sufficient to, again, continue to hide from the people of this country the serious nature of what it is that this country faces. And again, to the credit of the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party, she said she would be honouring what she said before the election in levelling with this country and letting them know the problems that we are facing as a country. We also said in our manifesto that in the first 6 months we would deal with additional buses for the Transport Board. And again, you have heard in this particular budget, the monies that have been allocated in relation to buses, ensuring that not just the school children of this country, but all of the people who use public transport are able to get some relief in relation to what has now become the new norm in relation to public transport. And I have no doubt that the Honourable Minister responsible for this area is going to ensure that while we know that things cannot happen overnight, that I have all confidence that he is going to ensure that we get the relevant complement of buses that we need to get things in this country going again so that Barbadians can become productive yet again. We said we would address the problems with garbage collection, and for people in St. Michael Southeast, that has been a bugbear over the course of the past few years. I have a constituency that in particular the Pinelands area is just on the outskirts of the Sanitation Service Authority. So for me, when I see garbage piled up in large heaps, and I have been told year after year by the previous administration that they were engaging private haulers to ensure that this garbage was collected. It certainly hurt me and certainly many of our constituents because we couldn't understand how a facility that was so close to the constituency could allow for such neglect of the very people that it was intended to serve. And so I appreciate the fact that on behalf of the constituents that these issues will now be addressed. But not only will this be addressed, it is the issue of drainage that has plagued this country. It is the issue of the roads that need to be repaired. And I want to say to this country that the Barbados Labour Party mandate that has been given to it is a very important one. There have been times in our history where individual ministers, and on both sides we have been guilty of it, because we have found a situation in this country where people try to look out for their constituency alone, as opposed to oftentimes looking at the entire country and being able to allocate resources based on the needs of a country. And I believe that what we have been given by the people of Barbados is a mandate that allows us to step back for the first couple of years and really properly assess in our respective ministries the needs of our country and not necessarily alone of our constituency. And we have to start to plan with that in mind. We make sure that there is an even allocation of resources across the country, because truthfully, that is what Barbadians have been asking for. There's no reason why the member for St. John, the one who preceding him, should have to constantly have been coming to the Parliament of Barbados begging for the people of St. John to be able to be allocated resources. And the member for St. John, who now sits, thankfully, in to represent those people, my people as well, because you know my family is from St. John as well, those persons should not be in a position where they feel that they will be neglected in any way because any member or minister does not hold a particular portfolio in this administration. And I urge honourable members to bear that in mind in relation to how they deal with their respective ministries in terms of the allocation of resources, because I think this, again, is a prime time for us to drill down to where the major and the urgent needs are, and to ensure that Barbadians, yet again, have confidence in a system that works as well. We have said that we would provide for the expansion of accident and emergency and the expanded opening hours of 2 polyclinics, and that we have delivered. Again, another mission-critical statement made by the Barbados Labour Party leadership, and on which we have followed up within the first 6 months. We also said that we prepare ourselves to face the 2018 hurricane season, which by all reports is intended to perhaps be a little worse than it was last year. And indeed, while most Barbadians seem to believe that we are somehow blessed by the Almighty, it will do us well, certainly, to ensure that the minister responsible takes the necessary steps to ensure that these issues are dealt with. Now, we have already heard in the first 2 weeks that we are going to be embarking as a country, as a government, and as communities on a national cleanup program, because Barbados has become dirty. Barbados has become filthy. And the good thing about it is that the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party has repeatedly said to us that in respect of constituencies, her vision is to ensure that people who live in a particular community are allocated the resources to get the first right to clean up their community. Not that somebody who lives in St. Philip is having somebody from St. Lucie coming to do the contract work, but that people who have either already expressed that they have an interest in their community are given the first priority to do the work that is necessary to be done. We've also in our manifesto said that we would speak to the elimination of the pit toilets. And that is something that still plagues me in St. Michael South East, and many of my colleagues in the cities, St. Michael East, across the country. We continue to see that what we started as a Labour Party, the eradication of pit toilets, this last Democratic Labour Party administration dropped the ball in relation to that. And again, the people of Barbados echoed the same sentiments that we did, that type of attitude towards our people would not be tolerated. But it goes further, Mr. Speaker, because quite apart from the eradication of the pit toilets, again, there's another opportunity for small business people in this country to be able to earn a living from eradicating the same pit toilets. And so it has a dual purpose. It is not just a policy of pronouncements. It is actually a position that the Barbados Labour Party has taken, that you have a number of small contractors across this country who have been hurting at the hands of the Democratic Labour Party administration for the past few years, and now is a prime opportunity to at least start to accelerate a process where money starts to get back into the hands of the very people that have mattered and who have been neglected. Because this Democratic Labour Party administration previously felt better putting all of the money being concentrated in the hands of a privileged few, but instead of appreciating the policy of the former Barbados Labour Party administration, where we tried to spread the wealth across the country so that people could feel as though they were whole again, that they were in a position to be able to support their families. We are saying to the electorate that we understand what needs to be done. We will improve the social conditions of the people of this country, while at the same time making sure that we put the financial resources behind the people who are able to do the job to ensure that that is done. But perhaps more importantly, Mr. Speaker, has been the promise that we made in relation to the payment of the tuition fees for persons who would unceremoniously have had to stop their university education under the last administration. And I've been given a huge responsibility in this cabinet in relation to the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. And one which pleases my heart, because while I must admit I have been doing tremendous work in relation to helping children and caring for children, and at times I've been criticized even in this chamber of being childless and not appreciating fully the demands that are required by the children of this country, it is indeed significant that someone who is childless has the opportunity now to help to shape the minds of our children and to be able to set the future of this country on the right track. And for that, I'm eternally grateful to the Honourable Prime Minister for that opportunity. Because you see, it is one thing on this side being a politician to criticize and to say things are not happening and stuff. But having been in the ministry for the last 3 weeks, I have had the opportunity to see the balance. I haven't come to the ministry as a teacher. as others have done. I have come as a politician, as an attorney, as somebody who is philanthropic in my approach to dealing with community activities. But I believe you don't have to have any of those skills apart from being able to care. And I believe the last administration stopped caring in relation to its people, in relation to our future, and certainly in relation to our children. And so for me, the only criteria that is needed for this ministry is first and foremost that you care for the teachers who have the responsibility for the children during the daytime. You have to care for the children and their future in relation to how they are taught. You have to care about the young people who fall through the cracks, as many of us have spoken in this chamber about, and we have had first-hand experience over. And you have to care about the future in relation to putting things in place to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be the best that they can be. So I will not be judged on the basis of being a former teacher and coming to the ministry. I will not be judged on being in any profession in relation to teaching. But I ask that, again, that people judge my tenure as being the Minister of Education in the capacity as one who cares about what happens, that every child is given the opportunity to be able to learn. And so, in the past 3 weeks, I've had the opportunity to, what I consider to start where I believe the country has been signaling that there has been a big fallout. We've heard it many times in debates in this chamber about the fallout of the children who are falling through the cracks. We've heard about the violence in schools. We've heard about the need for social workers and guidance counselors to be able to assist the teaching staff and to assist the children and their families in being able to deal with that fallout. And I'm pleased that the Honourable Prime Minister and certainly those in the Ministry of Finance have found it necessary to be able to allocate within this budget the opportunity for us to start, not end, but to start with at least 7 schools to be able to allocate such resources to those schools. There is no question, I think, in any person's mind across this country that we have some serious work to do in relation to our educational system. We are seeing almost the fallout at the bottom of our society. We have children who are going to school hungry. Hungry children cannot learn. We have teachers who are fearing for their lives because they believe that these children have no respect for them and for their safety. We have a problem. I don't want to call it a crisis, but I believe that within the next few months, we will have to address this as a nation, and we will have to engage in a conversation, bringing in people both existing within the educational system, but people outside, to be able to engage our country in what are the best ways to deal with what I consider to be the fallout amongst our young people in this society. And so I look forward to the challenge. We've already, as we said in our manifesto, we've spoken to reopening the Alma Parish Secondary School. Whether that comes in the same form or not is something that is certainly engaging the officers at the ministry. But one thing is for sure, we know that we have to do something. And unlike the previous administration, we are not, as a political party, simply making pronouncements, but we are trying to gather as much information in relation to the issues that we all know confront our nation to be able to make informed decisions. You know, I started the process last week of sharing the fact that I visited the Alma Parish Secondary School, and it was amazing the feedback that came, and I want to thank the parents and the teachers and even the children who reached out and express how they felt about the school's closure, how they felt about the reopening of a facility such as that, whether in that form or any other form. It was interesting because just as we had come through an election where we engaged our people, it told me that I had to engage within my ministry, because I can't be the Minister of Education and Technology and Vocational and not reach out to the very people that have put me there and put this political party in power. And so tomorrow, when I announce the results for the 11+ exam, which many of my colleagues in particular and others have been texting and messaging to find out what those results are, for the first time in, I think, the history of the ministry, we will be going live with the press conference. Because again, we cannot have technological anything tagged to the ministry's name and we not use the technology effectively. So yes, there will be changes, but it is about time that the changes are made, because we cannot, as a political party, either be telling people about a smart city and about free Wi-Fi, and within the ministry, we are not embarking on a journey where we educate people. We're also looking at things in relation to promoting, even more so than before, what is happening in our schools, because a lot of time the negative outweighs the positive, and sometimes we're taken on a journey where we believe that everything that happens in our school system is bad. And so I think the time has now come for us to have dedicated portals which tell the story of what is happening within our educational system, so that people who, again, may want to invest or to assist a school, as the Honourable Member for St. Philip North has said she is prepared to do up in St. Philip in Martin's Primary, and as the Honourable Member for Christchurch West has indicated that he is prepared to do in relation to the Arthur Smith Primary School. Those are the things that we now have to look at as we transform the educational system. I've told others in the ministry that we cannot do this as a government alone. The resources are simply not there. And what we must now do is be able to call on individual members of parliament who have connections and networks to be able to assist to build up and to transform these schools. We have to be able to call on people outside of Barbados who have an interest in Barbados. There are many people who have gone to school in this country. There are many people who have loved this country because of their interaction with many of us in university or coming to pay Barbados a first visit. Many of these people almost behave like they are Barbadians at heart. And whatever happens in Barbados, they want to be a part of. And we have to now lean on the graces of these people in this time where we are at the bottom of the ladder, to ensure that we are able to build out our schools in as positive a way and in as reasonable a way as we can, because we accept that the norm that has been developed is to speak of the top schools and the bottom schools. My mission in the ministry is to bring all schools up to a standard that all, and the Labour Party's mission is to ensure that we have specialist schools, that schools are known for different things. But we cannot do it if people continue to perpetuate the belief that there are differences in the schools. Within the last few weeks, I have been bombarded with requests for transfers to particular schools. And I've been bombarded with requests for particular boards. And I share this with the country and the rest of the world, because this is an appeal to us as a people to start to look inwardly and ask ourselves if we are giving the best resources to the schools across the board, or if, given the resources that we have, if we can recognize that there are people who need the help up and the networking and the resources and all of the things that we can bring to bear to help to bring an end to the stigma and the discrimination that is happening to those who are falling through the cracks in our educational system. So my mission is simple. I am grateful to the Honourable Prime Minister for being able to allocate the resources that are necessary. My focus, as I said before, in the next 5 years is to make sure that we start to look at the schools, not specific schools. I'm not choosing the school that I attended or the Prime Minister attended or the Attorney General attended, but to look at the schools in a holistic way and ask ourselves, for instance, if a school requires storage tanks and the ministry does not have all the resources to deal with the storage tanks, are there other individuals or other ways in which we can access the things that the schools need? If they need an upgrade in relation to a pavilion, are there other ways that we can do it, that we can leverage our contacts? And I'm glad that the Honourable Member for St. Peter has been dedicated by this administration to deal with charities and the philanthropic organizations, because that is going to be, I believe, a pillar on which we are going to be able to leverage what we have as a country. I believe, for instance, in the area of education, I mean, most of you know that I've come from a background that, apart from law, has been very entrenched in the music sector. But I believe that in education, I have a responsibility, using the skill set that I do, to be able to have a conversation with our Barbadian superstar Rihanna about the state of our educational system. Because I believe that as a humanitarian who is doing so much across the world to bring up the level of education in other countries, we have to ask her as well to assist us in Barbados to be able to bring our schools up to a level that we know that they can achieve. And so my conversation no longer is about culture alone, but about engaging the Minister of Tourism and the Minister of Youth and Sports and all of the other agencies that have linkages to be able to ensure that we get the best out of education for our people.
The honourable member has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the first 3 weeks, I've also had the engagement with the University of the West Indies, because on coming to the ministry, one of the things that I felt was almost a stranglehold on the ministry was the issue of tuition fees and what was owed to the university. There were many people who had strong views in relation to whether the university was spending the money wisely, what was owed and what wasn't owed. And I was fortunate to have a conversation with both Professor Barato and also Sir Hillary, and to engage in a conversation that was not just about tuition fees, but because those issues can be resolved by the accountants, by the financial controllers in a ministry and within the University of the West Indies. But what we need to be able to resolve is the role that the University of the West Indies must play in helping every single member of this chamber and who holds a ministry to be able to flesh out the future Barbados that we want to live in. So if we have created a ministry of the blue economy, we need to engage a discussion with the University of the West Indies in relation to how we are able to flesh out that ministry and to provide employment for our people. And similarly with the smart economy, we have to be able, if we are creating ministries that are new industries and the cultural industries, that we have to be able to engage a conversation that is bigger than fees and tuition fees. And so we've started that discourse to be able to understand how at different levels we're going to be able to ensure that we make the most of what is perhaps one of the most attractive campuses throughout the Caribbean. Because the one thing that everybody says about Barbados, Barbados is safe. Barbados is attracting several medical students coming to our shores because of our safety. And we as a government have a responsibility to work with the University of the West Indies, trash out the issues, but let us focus and keep our eyes on the prize. Because we need to be able to place Barbados yet again and to be regarded as a place that has punched above its weight. And we can only do so if all hands are working together. As the leader of this great party says, many hands make light work. But we cannot do it alone. And so, having had that conversation with the university, I am very confident that those unresolved issues will be resolved in the fullness of time. I am confident that they will be able to play a role in relation to the University College of Barbados. I am confident that they are going to be able to help us to develop the various sectors that we have identified as being new growth sectors. And I recall the member for St. Michael Central, St. Michael Central? Yeah, St. Michael West, indicating that he wasn't hearing much about growth. But I want to assure him that this party has, over the last 10 years, been focusing and telling the Democratic Labour Party administration that the one thing that it was not doing was speaking to the areas of growth. The last administration lost several opportunities to grow this economy. Not opportunities that were lost because we could not reach the bar, but opportunities lost because they did not have the foresight and the vision to get this country where it needed to get. We are proud in this Labour Party to have a diverse set of people who understand what is necessary to grow this economy. And I'm confident that together, by putting our heads together, that we are going to be able to restore Barbados to its former position and to be able to surpass and to transform this country in the way that we all know it needs to be. But growing this economy has to take into account that there must be a vision, there must be some kind of outlook in terms of where we are, but also where it is that we need to be. It is not enough to just simply focus on debt alone, but we must at the same time be looking for opportunities. And the beautiful thing is that we have been challenged by the Prime Minister to make sure that we find within each of our ministries the opportunities for growth. Because she understands that while we are looking back and reflecting on what has gone wrong, that we have a responsibility to the ministry and to the people of this country to ensure that we find the opportunities to make money for the Barbados economy. One last point, Mr. Speaker, that I want to make is that I want the public of Barbados to understand jobs are going to come. But the one thing that I ask you to be patient with the members of this administration for is to let us get a handle on our respective ministries. Jobs will come. But one of the things that we cannot do is be found guilty of what the other administration was found wanting of. There are many areas that we need to appreciate and to understand, but we understand even better that we have a responsibility to the people of this country to do it right. I have come to a ministry where there are several people who have forgotten to think. They've not forgotten to think because they can't think, but they have been so dumbed down, and I know we've shared these ideas with others across the ministries. They have forgotten to contribute. Not that they don't want to contribute, but they have not been given the opportunity to be able to have a say. We cannot be sending people overseas to study different aspects and to be diverse in education, but when they come back, they're not able to offer anything to our country. And that is the one thing that I have encountered over the course of the last couple of weeks. It is something that I certainly am addressing in the ministry, because I want people to start to feel as though they are part of the new Barbados that we want to live in. I want people to feel a part of this journey that we are a part of, that we have all signed on in this chamber to be a part of. But the only way to do it is to not be like our predecessors, not to come into government and make people feel that because they didn't support the Labour Party, that they're not going to have a say. That's not the way to do it. We have to embrace our people, sir. And
please wind up.
I will wrap up, Mr. Speaker. And from the time I came to office, sir, I have always held the view that we will never find all the resources available to this country in one political party. And so we as a political party must be mature enough to be able to embrace all people. And whether those people come from outside, born in Barbados, want to give back to Barbados, we must be big enough and mature enough to be able to embrace all persons of all walks of life, of all political persuasions, of all racial the racial classes and social classes to be able to build out the Barbados economy. I thank you, sir.
Now remember for St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to enter this debate to make a somewhat brief contribution. I recognize that the debate now is starting to wind down, and a number of points have been already made, and very properly made too by a number of all of these persons who have spoken so far in this debate. And I really want to say that based on what I've heard from the newer members, I think that the future of this party and the future of this country is certainly in good hands for a very, very long time to come. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank God for all the success I've had over the years in politics. I also want to thank the support of my family for the support I've gotten from them through the years as well, and to say that this is perhaps the first and the only time that my father is not around to share in this victory that I've managed to achieve some couple of weeks ago. I also want to thank that core group around me in St. Michael North and the constituents of St. Michael North as a whole, who have seen it fit to send me here not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, Mr. Speaker, but in fact 6 times they've seen it fit to send me here to speak on their behalf. And it's something that I really appreciate, and I give them the assurance that I will certainly try my best at all times to ensure that I live up to expectations and that I do not disappoint them in any way. I also want to support the measures outlined by the Honourable Prime Minister yesterday in this chamber, and to congratulate her. And I'm not going to congratulate her for the way in which she transitioned to the position of Prime Minister, because she really did not transition, and it's a strange thing, because from during the election, she really was prime ministerial. And she really stayed focused throughout the elections, and despite all the scandalizing, the scandal that was made of her and her name, and all of the lies and deception, she stood firm. She could have gone toe-to-toe with the opponents, but instead she maintained that very dignified and prime ministerial posture from during the campaign. She certainly has maintained it from day one since the campaign. And in her presentation of her measures yesterday, again, she maintained, she certainly demonstrated to us that she had the capacity and the knowledge to really be seen to be a leader and the true prime minister of this country at this time. And what she presented, Mr. Speaker, was a package that was bittersweet. It had some bitter in it, it had some sweet. But what I must say is that the people of Barbados made a serious decision to give us a very serious mandate to do a very serious job in a very serious way. That's a fact. For the electorate, it was really not business as usual. And as I look across the floor, I will say that I can see the Honourable Member for St. John. And I'm just singling him out for the purpose of the point I want to make. He knows how pleased and glad in my heart is that he is in this chamber today, as indeed all honourable members must feel assured that I am glad to see that they're all here. But when St. John, of all places, could have spoken the way that it spoke, it meant that for Barbados as a whole, it was just not business as usual. And for them, but for Barbadians, it was no fun and games. Barbadians, I dare say, Mr. Speaker, they could have fallen for the money. They could have. Because there certainly was not a lot of it knocking about from the Democratic Labour Party. And I can attest to that firsthand from the constituency that I was in. That Barbadians said no, they stood up and said no, we are not going to be insulted in that way. And they said the stakes were too high, and therefore they entrusted to us, Mr. Speaker, a very serious mandate to get on with a very, very serious job. And I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker, for standing up the way that they did in the face of what was dangled before them, and in fact ensuring that the country was blessed with a party that has not only a track record, but continues to have the interests of Barbadians entirely at heart. Mr. Speaker, based on what I've just said, and the fact that the measures were bittersweet, I just want to answer a couple of questions, because as I said, I'm not going to be too long this afternoon. But I want to ask, could we really, in formulating measures to be presented to this country, could we really have left the poor and the vulnerable out of the picture, including and perhaps especially the elderly in this society? I mean the pensioners, people who really are responsible for Barbados being what it is today. Could we really have left them out of the picture as we formulated a set of measures? And I say, Mr. Speaker, we could not have, and we did not. And that is why we decided to embark on a policy of ensuring that their pensions were in fact raised, both contributory and non-contributory pensions were raised, and more importantly, that the welfare vote was topped up to ensure that people who were, perhaps are, on the verge of falling through the cracks now stand a chance of not, in fact, doing so, Mr. Speaker. As we formulated measures, this is question number 2. Could we really have decided to write off, well, all future generations in terms of denying them access to free tertiary education at the university? Could we have done that, Mr. Speaker, by asking them to continue to pay tuition fees, when in fact, I was able, Mr. Speaker, to see the consequences of the introduction of tuition fees on university students at UWI in 2011, I think it was, because I was a part-time tutor at university. And I was able to see firsthand how numbers just dwindled by the stroke, you would say, of an announcement that students would have to pay tuition fees. It is a way for people who are born in poverty to be able to move up the ladder. And it is really a crying shame and a disgrace that those who were able to benefit from that system then turned around and pulled the ladder from under the feet of those who tried to do the same thing that they had done before. And I was able to see it, Mr. Speaker, firsthand. And I am therefore glad to see that an assurance has been given, not just out there, but in here in this honorable chamber where one cannot lie. An assurance has been given that come September, once again, there will be no more payment of any tuition fees for students at the University of the West Indies. Mr. Speaker, could we really, having been given such a serious mandate by people, have left the condition in relation to our garbage collection in the condition that it was? Getting a pickup whenever, usually every 2 weeks or so. And that was not only an inconvenience to householders, but piled up garbage is a threat to national health. It is. It can cause all sorts of outbreaks and diseases. And we could not therefore have come in here and decided to present measures as bitter as some are and decide to leave that as an issue unaddressed. We could not have. So, Mr. Speaker, we have decided now we are going to have some 15 more second-hand garbage trucks within 2 months, and then some more new ones by November, to ensure that the nuisance to householders and the health of the nation is in fact maintained. Could we have decided, Mr. Speaker, in the presentation of measures, to leave no light at the end of the tunnel in relation to school children, adults not so old, and the elderly themselves having to stand at bus stops and wait on buses until whenever they come? School children, I know there was a lady who asked me if I could get a transfer arranged for her daughter from, I think it was Grant the Adams School to Spear Memorial, where she lived near to. When I asked her why, she told me it's because nearly every night her daughter is not getting home until near 7 o'clock, some nights after 7 o'clock. A 12, 13-year-old girl at that. So this is a security issue, first and foremost. And also when adults cannot get to and from work in time, it is a productivity issue. So the country suffers. So this is not, the people may think that buses are not there and people miss the bus and wait for it. And it was a serious issue. It affects the welfare and the economic development and the educational enhancement and learning of a country. It affects you from several angles. So, Mr. Speaker, we could not have decided to leave that unaddressed. You could not have done that. And there's some things you have to do, although there's a cost, and no matter what conditions you are battling, some things just have to be done. So we had to allocate $25 million to ensure that we got some new buses and repair some of the older ones. And I was shocked yesterday, I heard for the first time, our man for Christchurch West, with that visit he made and the findings at Mangrove it was, 40 buses could have been just laying around with no engines. This is absurd at a time when you were talking about ensuring that a country can develop, because these things play a role in the development of a country. So we, Mr. Speaker, I am proud that my Prime Minister has seen it fit to address that. Mr. Speaker, the NSRL, National Social Responsibility Levy. Could we have left in place a levy that, by all accounts from everyone who has commented on it, is the worst tax ever introduced in Barbados' history? And a tax that, although it underperformed, it still managed to send up the cost of living by, I think, some 45% and double the rate of inflation in this country, even for the short time, Mr. Speaker, that it was in existence. We could not have decided, Mr. Speaker, to leave that in place. That was what I call a negative force. So it has been, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker, or will be shortly, it will be abolished. And I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, with my Prime Minister for having announced its abolition. Could we, Mr. Speaker, have decided not to pay attention to the condition of our primary healthcare provider, institutional-wise, the QEH, and the Accident and Emergency Department in particular. Because we have decided to just turn a blind eye to the fact that patients are laying on gurneys and stretchers and so on in the open, in the corridors, until whenever a bed becomes available, which usually doesn't become available for days sometimes, and you're all squeezed up in an undersized accident and emergency department. That is madness. You could not have decided to leave a condition like that in place. No matter what your conditions are, your financial conditions are, you can't leave conditions like that in place. So we had to decide again, Mr. Speaker, to allocate, I think it's $10 million or $11 million to ensure that we could make those conditions better. Now, Mr. Speaker, and this was the one I touted throughout the entire campaign, the trust loans for people, which in the end will end up being primarily young people. Because there are a lot of boys, fellas really, older than boys, on blocks in St. Michael North, who come to me all the time, and came to me all the time before elections, with lots of good ideas. Very, very bright fellas down the block, yes. Not all of them because of worthlessness, not all. But they come to me with some very good ideas. But there's nowhere to turn. There is nowhere to turn. You go to a bank or the traditional financial institutions, and they want to know what date your grandfather born, and who was your grandfather, second cousin from your mother's side, and all kinds of things. And don't care how you try, you cannot get the little few dollars that you want to get up and running. So I was touting this, and I'm very glad to see that it has found its way into the first presentation, serious presentation in this chamber, that you have a $5,000 trust loan where all you have to do is come up with a good, workable idea. You can start, guys came to me with plans to start valet services. Barbershops want tools and little expansion. Fingernail people, all these things fall under a $5,000 threshold that people can just go and get and start off with a business. And as we were saying during the elections, if once we are trusting you, you have trusted us by putting us into the position that you have put us in. We in turn are trusting you with these loans. And if you repay these loans, you can then come back and get double the amount. So we have decided to trust you, and we have set aside $10 million to ensure that fellas, and they don't, I'm saying block men, but they don't have to be block men. It could be anybody at all. Somebody already in business or somebody not already in business can come forward with a good workable idea. And my colleague, Honourable Member for St. George South, I am now actively working to get the criteria and the formalities and so on in place so that we can hit the ground running with that very, very shortly. So we've done that, $10 million a year, Mr. Speaker, and we are not apologizing for finding the $10 million to do that, no matter what the financial circumstances of the country are. There are certain things that just have to be done. Could we have expected, Mr. Speaker, to leave Barbados' infrastructure in the condition that it is in? Mr. Speaker, Barbados now, we can talk about roads, that's the first thing that comes to your mind, roads. But apart from that, what we call the sheer forestry around Barbados, or every turn. Barbados is now an old musty, nasty place. It really is. A lot of work has to be done now to get Barbados to a presentable state. That's a fact. And the Honourable Member for St. James Central will, I'm not sure yet if he has met with the international cruise industry, but I remember when I was in charge of that portfolio, they used to come and tell you about the state of your infrastructure, and they would tell you, shape up, or they will pull out, because they don't want to have people come in the country where your infrastructure is run down and the roads in a terrible condition and every place look musty and nasty and so on. They have choices. People have choices, and you have to make yourself sufficiently presentable as to attract people in every sphere of your economic endeavors. So your tourism industry can be affected when your infrastructure is dilapidated. And ours certainly is. So when I saw that we have put aside $25 million, and I'm sure that the bulk of that, well, not the bulk of it, but the first lien on it will be to fix the road in Well Gap Carefield. It must be to fix the road in Well Gap Carefield, which I've spoken about here at least 15, 20 times. And we went through a whole election with that. And we were given the assurance that Well Gap in Carefield is going to be the first road fixed with that for $25 million. So I am very happy that we have included a sum of money to ensure that district. But on a serious note, and that, of course that was a serious note too, but our infrastructure has to be fixed. So we could not just decide, no matter what our conditions were, to include Well Gap. I said that's the first one, not the only one at all. And everybody knows the condition with ours, the sewer system, and that has to be fixed as well. So, Mr. Speaker, and the last point I will make is that given the rampant and out of control cost of living that we have been faced with in this country, it was unrealistic to believe that you could ask the civil servants not to hold strain forever and not give them a little something to cope. For 8 years, prices just going up and up and up and up and up. And they're being told, no, 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 no. That does not make sense to me, and it's totally unfair. So again, we decided that as part of our measures, you had to give the civil servants an increase. And I must say this, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Labour Party held faith with the civil service of this country throughout the entire time they were asking for their increases and not getting it. And I remember the Democratic Labour Party coming in here and cutting salaries of all the MPs by 10%, and then reinstalling it for them. Now, we stood firm, and we said, no, we were not going to do that until the day that the civil servants got an increase in salary. We were going to leave that 10% out of our salaries. And I can make a document to the House, Mr. Speaker. It is not entirely current. It goes up to February 2018, but it has all of the entities that receive the salaries and the amounts next to them that receive the 10% deduction that came from all of the salaries for the MPs for the Barbados Labour Party opposition. And anyone who wants to see this as evidence that we stuck to our end of the bargain is more than free to do so. And that 10% deduction continues up to now, and until when and I will continue to force until such time as the new increases in salaries for the public servants is actually introduced. So, Mr. Speaker, those were the sweet side of things I mentioned, but there was also some bitter. And you really, if you want a little sweet, sometimes you have to accept that it's gonna be a little bitter. You know, you can take out a lady thing, but she can call with you every now and again. It's bitter and sweet. So we had to introduce a garbage and sewage contribution, $1.50 a day. We would have preferred if we didn't have to do it, but these are serious circumstances now that we are in. And serious circumstances call for serious measures. So $1.50 a day is what householders will have to pay by way of a garbage and sewage contribution. There's also going to be a house service contribution of some 2.5%, of which only 1% is going to be paid by employees. The other 1.5% will be paid by employers. In terms of the tax bands, it's not, again, as just to say we are doing anything in Parliament to exempt ourselves, because the tax bands, the adjusted tax bands, will affect all of us in here, whether you're in cabinet or on the back bench, wherever you are. These adjusted tax bands now will affect all of us in here. No one is going to escape from it. So we are not inflicting pain, and it's not pain, but inflicting measures on people outside, while we're trying to find a little way to slip out ourselves. It's going to apply to all of us. So nothing we do or have done, Mr. Speaker, is going to please everybody. That will not happen. I would urge my friend, the Honourable Member for St. George South, not to worry about the utterances of the Democratic Labour Party. I said in here about 2 years ago that to them, when they were in here, that nobody wants to hear anything that they have to say. Nobody really does. And I would have thought when I looked in the newspaper and I saw the former Honourable for Christchurch, St. Philip West, after he cursed and carried on, the way he carried on, he swear and all kinds of things, I thought really that he would have been too ashamed to show his face in public for at least the next decade. I really thought so. And I believe that it would be in their interest to go and go somewhere and dig a hole as deep as they can, dig it and jump in and then put back in all the mold too. I really feel so. Because nobody in Barbados right now wants to hear anything that the Democratic Labour Party plans to say. It does not ring sincere. It is not genuine. We are here because of them. Where we are today having to do these measures, implement these measures, is because of incompetence, corruption, and a whole host of other things that they should be ashamed of. And I'm very glad that the people of Barbados dealt them the blow that they dealt them. And I'm also satisfied, and I will end on this note, Mr. Speaker, that when you, CBC, and I'm not convinced that CBC is as yet fully purged of its political bias and so on. It can't be yet. But see, even CBC went and did an interview the same day when this budget was delivered. And every single person, every single one that was spoken to and carried on CBC agreed with the measures that were outlined by the Prime Minister in this country on Monday in this chamber. Every single one, Mr. Speaker, without exception. There were even those, I got the impression that maybe one or two had not yet even heard what the measures were. But even then, they said, we recognize that it is time that serious measures have to be implemented, and whatever the Prime Minister does is fine with me. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to be sidetracked or derailed or distracted by anything the Democratic Labour Party has to say. We have been given a mandate to govern. We will take the steps that we know have to be taken. The Prime Minister is on the ball. And when the time comes in 5 years' time, the people of Barbados will decide if what we did is agreeable to them. I have every confidence that they will do so, Mr. Speaker, and I have every confidence that all of us in this chamber will live up to the expectations of the people who put us here. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to you.
The Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will speak from the back bench. I would first like to commend these budgetary proposals to this House. And I've been in this House now for some time, and I must say that this is the most comprehensive presentation of budgetary proposals that I've seen since I was in these chambers. And in terms of a presentation as well, I would say so. I would also like to say that having heard the presentations from members on this side with respect to the budgetary proposals, I don't think that it is necessary for me to go into details. But before doing so, I would like to thank the people of St. Andrew for again re-electing me as the Member of Parliament for that constituency. You know, I entered Parliament, or rather I first ran in 1981, and something that I have always been repeating. It is not that I am that old, but it is that I started when I was very young. And when I first decided to contest an election way back in 1981, I thought that I probably would do about 2 or 3 elections and that would be that. But it so happened that every time an election comes around, there are some constituents who seem to think that we cannot win the constituency unless you participate. I would like to caution members, I can't even say on that side because we are all on the same side, with one exception, that
you know, what you have to do is to ensure that you make certain preparations. And the thing about it is that over the years, this is something that I did not realize that I should have done, in that I should have given my constituents certain options. I have only just learned that I should do that, and this is after 8 elections. And I would like to disappoint those of you who would expect to see me contest in another election, that my constituents, I believe I'm going to put a number of options to them, and I believe that I will have enough time to spend the next 20 or 30 years with members of my family. But I must say that this election has been, in some respects, very special. We contested an election for the first time as a family. I have said it already, I said it during the campaign trail, that what we had witnessed in the past, or certainly what I had witnessed in the past, was 30 or 27 elections, depending on how much constituencies there were. But for the first time, we had a family. I mean, a real family. We even had a chaplain and all. Members would appreciate that. And, you know, even though I had done a lot of canvassing in the constituencies, in the various constituencies, and there were certain constituencies that were assigned to me as chairman of the party, and I felt confident that we would have won those constituencies. I should say that I was more than confident, because having dealt with the constituency of St. Lucie, St. John, St. Michael Northwest, I didn't get the opportunity to do what I set out to do with respect to St. Michael South, but knowing what was going on in St. Michael's Northwest, St. Lucie, and St. John, I knew almost for sure that the Barbados Labour Party would have won all the seats. And I said that as early as August last year. But I must say that even though I had that confidence, and I was telling members to prepare for it, because I said then that the only person who would have been affected by the winning of all 30 seats would have been the political leader, because obviously with 30 members of parliament, not only in terms of having to share the spoils around in terms of what you will do for each constituency, but in terms of members' expectations, I knew that it would have been a problem for her. I was very impressed with the contribution of the member for St. George North when he indicated that he contested an election to win a seat as a member of parliament to do the people's business in the constituency. And this is something that members should take very careful note of. But I must say that I was not prepared, notwithstanding the fact that I knew that we would have won 30 seats, and I said so. I mean, it is on record. I said so, that we would have won 30 seats. I was not prepared for what transpired, especially on the day of opening of Parliament. I tried very hard to hide my emotions, but you know, I felt like I was in another place. It was an emotional moment for me, even though I didn't show it. Especially when I looked across and I saw the member for St. John. And the member for St. John, even when in some of the times when he had some difficult times, he said, "You just take it easy, you're going to win." The member for St. Michael Northwest, and the member for St. Lucie, these are the 3 seats that were very close, I would say, to me. And, you know, it gave me a sort of special feeling, and notwithstanding the fact of what I said with respect to contesting 8 elections, and thinking that you would have contested, you started off thinking you would have contested 3 or 4. I felt that at least I had my time of fulfillment had been reached, for want of better words. And I must say that on the opening of Parliament now, when I looked across, you know, and I recognized that no longer would I be hearing Calvinomics from that side. No longer would I be hearing the crystal clear inconsistencies for the former member from St. Michael Northwest. Or no longer would I be listening to the lectures from the short history from the member of St. Michael South. It brought a certain, or rather my emotions went a little higher. And it is certainly a spectacle to behold. I feel as though I could leave Parliament now, having seen what I have seen in this Parliament. And when you listen to the leader of this House speaking about the contributions which have been made by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter, in terms of the presentation of this debate, I mean, what more can you ask for? What more can you ask for? It is the first time that I've seen a budget being delivered, and those honourable members who were in this House before could attest to that, without any ramblings, no ramblings whatsoever. I mean, it seems as if we were in a different place. It seemed as if we were on the mountaintops that Martin Luther King spoke about shortly before he left the space. And certainly that brought a sense of joy to me. And the thing about it is that I don't even think that we in this House have realized the magnitude of the mandate that has been given to us by the people of Barbados. Because when you look back and you see we won in years gone by, sometimes we won by, I think that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central won by 10 votes. And when you look at the victory margins in the last election, I mean, and you won by 100 and over 100 votes. That was a big, big victory. And now when you look at it, the smallest victory in this chamber, a victory of about 500 votes. Almost 600. Almost 600 votes. And members winning by over 80%. And I don't think that we should feel that we have achieved anything because of this. It had a lot to do with bad governance, and the atrocities created by the last. I said atrocities because they were real atrocities, and I believe that if given the opportunity, I will get to those atrocities. But the people in Barbados, they expect us to govern. They were angry, and they showed their anger in the same way that a majority in St. John can be of over 3,000 can be overturned. A majority of over 3,000 in this Parliament can be overturned. And I think we have a responsibility to the people of this country to show them, to let them know that we are here to do their business, that we understand the mandate that they have given us, and I believe that we should work in the interest of the people. And, if I have one disagreement or one thing to say with respect, where myself and the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, differ with respect to this budget, is that she has called it,
speaker, please.
Is that she has called it a mini budget. I mean, I listened to the honourable member, my good friend. My good friend from Christchurch South. I think we used to room together a few years ago. I was talking to my wife only this morning, and I was telling her that this is not a mini budget. I mean, I've never heard anything about maxi budget, but this is a real budget. But the honourable member for Christchurch South, she called me and says, the member for Christchurch South stole your thunder because he just said that this is not a mini budget. But it is not a mini budget. It is not a mini budget, and I don't know if it is a mini budget. Her characterization of it as a mini budget has something to do with the fact that we haven't seen anything in this budget for the people of White Hill yet, and maybe that will come a little later. Or it is a mini budget because normally the honourable member for Christchurch, for St. Michael, the former member for St. Michael Northwest, he would come in here and speak for 6 and 7 hours, and she only did a presentation for 2 hours, and she called it a mini budget in that respect. But if that is what she means by a mini budget, but then I will rest my case. But this is a major, 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 major budget. This budget will determine how this country will move forward years after we are gone. Years after we are gone. And in that respect, I think that we should be proud of the leadership which has been shown in this campaign with respect to this presentation by the leader of this party. I mean, the leadership is such that we have been served a bitter pill. And when I say a bitter pill, you know, there was if the circumstances that we are in right now we're not there, and this same budget had been brought, the Minister of Finance would be criticized. But there, because of the articulation on the political platform by all of our members, including the member for St. Michael West, all of our members, they understood that this bitter pill was necessary. And it reminded me, as a little boy, those of you who might have been around in those days, you know, when your mother only had to hear you coughing, and she would say, "Come here, Skipper, a dose of castor oil." And you knew that if she heard you coughing, you would get that dose of castor oil. And you didn't complain. You were annoyed that she found out. But you got that dose of castor oil, and 9 out of 10 times, you got a little better. And I would say that this is the first budget that we've ever had, even before the budget was announced, because of the fact that we articulated the problems of this country on the political platform. That the people of this country, even before the budget and after the budget, accepted the castor oil that was being given. And nobody, the unions, the various organizations, the people who voted for us, somebody, every day you check the newspapers, somebody, they accept the fact that somebody had to pay the price with respect to what has been done. If it is one thing that the honourable member for St. Michael West has said that I certainly agree with, is that we should be looking, I don't remember the exact words he used, but we certainly should be dealing with the people or those persons who have put us in this position. We have to understand that the people voted for us because they expect action. I would hope that the Attorney General, the honourable member for St. James Central had alluded to it yesterday. I would hope that somewhere along the line we might go into a lot of legalese as to whether or not there's enough evidence to do this and to do that. But I've never seen a situation in this country where a country has been raped and robbed, and that is why I use the word atrocities. This is not a case of any irregularities or corruption. It's gone past that. And I use an example. I believe the honourable member for St. Michael East would have spoken in this house about the presentation of a bill for $5.8 million by an attorney at law. A bill which was addressed not to the ministry, a bill which was addressed to the Minister of Drainage and the Minister of Finance. What madness! $5.8 million. Now, I don't want to say reveal the measure of my law practice, but I've dealt with transactions up to $600 million and with a fee of $30,000. $600 million and a fee of $30,000. When you go over a certain figure, certain amount, it is a cap. There's a cap. There is no way in the world that any attorney anywhere could earn a fee of $5.8 million on one transaction. And the honourable member, there are a lot of lawyers in this office, the honourable member for St. James North, the honourable member for St. James Central, well, I don't want to call the Learned Communities Council, but to earn a fee of $5.8 million on a one transaction, addressed at that, not to the ministry, but only to show you that there's something amiss about this, is that there was then communication between the ministry and this person. And you know what really irked me? What really irked me? The ministry And I see the honourable member for Christchurch, he's looking at me because he knows what I'm talking about. The ministry then settled for $700,000. $700,000 for what? I mean, and they have been practicing this politics of distraction. You see the politics of distraction only yesterday. Yesterday, you have now, they moved from the eager 11 now to the eager rejects. You have the honourable member, the former member for St. Michael, for Christchurch, West Central. He is now the chairman of the eager rejects. You have the lady section of the Democratic Labour Party and the eager 11, and then you have the only two people now in the real Democratic Labour Party. That is the former Prime Minister and the General Secretary. So they want somebody, they want attention, pay attention. And it's part of their strategy in order to call, they determine this budget as foolishness. They call it foolishness. Because they want us to forget the madness and the atrocities that have been committed, ministry after ministry in this country. But we have to take a stance. We have to do it. We got more. We have a mandate, and the people expect us to do something about it. If it be that we bring an action for malfeasance against any of these functionaries in the Democratic Labour Party, and we do not have enough evidence, so be it. So be it. But I will be on the tail of the Attorney General to make sure that even if it is an example of one person, we have to do it. I mean, and that is only one. Because you have another transaction, $2.5 million on a transaction. I mean, doing what? Doing what? And they're taking our dollars, they're fleecing the taxpayers of this country, and then criticizing the projects that we have put in place, in these budgetary proposals. You had, I mentioned the names of those individuals, who form part of our economic team. Work their tail inside and out, endless nights without sleep. I mean, and they're coming out to pour cold water over a program. But you could get $5.8 million for one transaction, $2.5 million for another transaction, and they're talking about we wasting money. Madness, madness. I would hope that every single minister on this team go through their ministries with a fine-tooth comb. Check all of the contracts, every single one of them. Every single one of them, and what they've done. I mean, you have contracts coming to an end. Contracts coming to an end, and then they're renewing the contracts for another 5-10 years. I mean, if they knew that they were going to win the government, why would they be doing that? Why would they be doing that? I mean, we do not understand the precipice that we were on the 24th of May. I mean, and these vagabonds, not vagabonds, these criminals should not be allowed to get away with it. And we have got to take a stand. The people of Barbados have given us a mandate. The people of Barbados have told us, you have to go after these people. You have to go after these people. And it hurts me. And when you look at it, in my own Ministry of Housing, I complained about it. I remember a few 2 or 3 years ago when we had an incident in White Hill with respect to bad weather. The minister came and they don't care anything about us. We had our slogan with respect to Mayor Cares. Mayor Cares, we care. We have to let you know that we care because we were dealing with an uncaring government. And you know that he just came, the minister just came. He looked around, we're going to abandon this road. We're going to abandon this road. Just like that. Just like that. But when you look at it, they had to take those type of actions because, the same land that was acquired by the Barbados Labour Party for people who were affected by the ravages of nature, that same land was taken away and was literally given to a company who turned around and sold it to Chefet at a profit. So you have a situation now where land which was earmarked, which was purchased, compulsorily acquired by the Barbados Labour Party. And I'm talking about Lancaster. I tell you should go to Lancaster and see what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, the land in that area has shot up now to a high valuation. It is land which we purchased for poor people. Poor people. And now you have, as a result of Shefet, and as I said, I'm not blaming Shefet, they made a business decision. But what happened to the people in White Hill? What they did to the people in White Hill is criminal. Criminal. I mean, it's a pity that we can't do anything about it at this stage. Criminal behavior on the part of cabinet ministers. And those same people in White Hill are still there now, and they need to be recited. Now, if you move them to, I mean, they claim now, coming on to the end of their term, oh, you can't move them to Lancaster because the land down there is too expensive. You know, they turned around and sold some of the same land to some of their business friends, the residential land, and they turned the land into the commercial land. And the thing about Lancaster, I mean, that is in my constituency, and that what hurt me is that when we did it, it was a program that we did, and we took a lot of time under the former permanent secretary, Mr. Darwin Goodrich, the former minister of housing, Mr. The member for St. George North would know what I'm talking about. And that program involved moving people from certain areas, people like the roadside mechanics, people, the hairdressers, saloons, and those sort of people. And we earmarked an area for them. And that same area is the same area where Shefet is. You know, the claim is now the valuation has gone up. So you can't put the people there anymore. I mean, that is a criminal act. That is a criminal act. And to make matters worse, they entered into agreement with respect to the land now to the western side. Other lands that we had acquired, is about 30 acres, to sell to somebody else. Hopefully that sale now will no longer take place. So, I mean, even you go into the respective ministries, this is what you have got to ascertain. The atrocities that have been created by these individuals in the name of representatives of the people, and it's a serious thing. So I'm just urging members: do not be distracted by these comments, and I'm urging members. I think that this House, that this government should take a stand, and as I said before, I think we should make an example of these individuals. I must say though, before I go, I mean, I don't want to dwell too much on White Hill, because I mean that would take me a very long time, and that would, you know, that is something that I would like to go into in detail. But seeing that it has not been dealt with in the essence, I would not go there. But you know, I was talking about these budgetary proposals, and the importance of these budgetary proposals, and the confidence with which they have been delivered. But you know, we, in our manifesto, we stress the need for consultation. And as I said, the consultation was done before the election, and the consultation was done after the election. So in a sense, it hurt my heart when I saw, or when I listened to the leader of the opposition, and I realized that there are certain questions that he asks with respect to these budgetary proposals. I mean, I was hurt, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I mean, every night during the election campaign, and nobody articulated these policies any better than the Honourable Member for St. Michael West. The Honourable Member for St. Michael West articulated these policies, and to come to this House and ask if questions like if May's plan is homegrown or facilitated by the IMF. Did we send signals to the electorate of the path ahead? Will the Dems be investigated for misfeasance? For the honourable leader of the opposition to come to this House and ask those questions, I think is an insult to all of us. It is an insult to all of us, and I am wondering whether or not that honourable member will have any conscience when he leaves in here, because I think that he needs to apologize to all 29 of us He needs to apologize to 29 of us. He can't be, you know, I cannot have any dealing. I sat in a house with a family of 30, and when one member could behave like that, it is certainly despicable. And I take issue with that behavior. And I believe that when his conscience prick him, he should do something about it. But I would like to ask him the same way that he asked some questions. I got a few questions to ask him. I would like to ask him, why did you articulate our manifesto promises in your election campaign? Why did you do that? If you know that our manifesto pledges and promises were in the manner in which you spoke, why did you articulate them? And you had 29 people either going into your constituency or next to your constituency every night. I mean, and you were the Holy One. And you didn't tell them, I don't want you to say that. You are not like a religious person if you're a Seventh-day Adventist, and you don't want me to canvass, or you don't want me to work for you on Saturdays, but tell me so. If you don't believe in the policies, you're a member of the party and you don't believe in them, well, when the members come to speak, tell them I don't want it. Do not say certain things on my political platform.
Your Honourable Member has 5 minutes remaining.
You aided and abetted all of that. And then you aided and abetted all of that. You were part of a team. And then you should have come in here quietly and you should have dealt with the budget. But you shouldn't have asked those questions. Do you think you would have won if you ran as an independent? You think you would have won if you ran as an independent? Who dictated those questions for you? I know you didn't dictate them. I know you well and I know your language. You did not dictate those questions. I have a hunch, but I don't want to say it. Have you resigned from the Barbados Labour Party? And I'm interested in that because I'm the chairman of the Barbados Labour Party. And I'm not going to ask you to resign from the Barbados Labour Party. I leave in that to your conscience. I leave in that to your conscience. And your conscience should prick you. Do you intend to resign from Parliament and face and place your seat at the disposal of the electorate of St. Michael West? That is all I ask. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
The Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, it has fallen on me to do the proverbial wrap-up of this debate. And this honor has rested on my shoulders because I am to announce to the Chamber that the Honourable Prime Minister has this evening journeyed to Washington, D.C., to meet with Madame Lagarde, the President of the IMF. And with her is a delegation comprising Ambassador Maskell, the Governor of the Central Bank, the Director of Finance, Mr. Ian Carrington, and I think that's the extent of the. I think that's the extent of the delegation. Mr. Speaker, these meetings with Madame Lagarde will carry on the work and will seek to further the work that has been commenced over the last few weeks by an extraordinarily hard-working team of Barbados Labour Party frontbenchers, a team of senior civil servants, and the best financial advice that Barbados could afford, all of which combine, sir, to ensure that Barbados trods correctly and sure-footedly out of the abyss that we have found ourselves in after 10 years of Democratic Labour Party rule. Mr. Speaker, having indicated, though, that the Prime Minister is now away dealing with important and urgent government matters, I'd like to further begin by expressing my personal gratitude to the members of the constituency of St. Joseph, but also, sir, to the entire electorate of Barbados who have seen it fit to put their confidence in a Barbados Labour Party administration in an absolutely overwhelming way. No political party in the history of Barbados has ever secured such a mandate. But of course, the mere fact that we have been given such an overwhelming majority should fill us with as much anxiety as it does elation, because the road ahead is going to be rocky, and Barbadians need to join with us as we seek to bring our country back to prosperity. It was a long campaign. Mr. Speaker, you've shared the reminiscences of many of the members of this chamber. In some corners, there was a total lack of charity and kindness on the political platform. The campaign, in some corners, not ours, was characterized by venom, expletives, and total scandal mongering. But we have to be thankful, sir, that the blood in the streets that was predicted to befall Barbadians during our last election, and that came from what was then this side, did not materialize. No doubt, sir, that the election process was one that was fraught with difficulty, but through it all, the people spoke, and the people spoke with resounding voice. I reminded Mr. Speaker of that very old Latin maxim, vox populi vox Dei, which loosely interpreted means that the voice of the people is the voice of God. There are some spectators, though, who said that, who've commented that crowds tend to get a little manic, and that sometimes the voice of the people might be madness. I don't feel that skepticism about the majority that we've been able to secure in the last election. I think that our behavior since then, Mr. Speaker, as a party, as a ruling administration, would demonstrate to the people of Barbados that ours is not a party that is filled with hubris or triumphalism or gloating. Certainly for myself, in the hours after the election, I sought to hold out an olive branch to my opponents, because first and foremost in my mind is the fact that the situation in our country is so desperate that all Barbadians have to work together. We are not fooling ourselves that we were elected to power by Barbados Labour Party votes alone. We were elected to power by people who would have gone out to political meetings, people who might have been Dems, people who might have supported the UPP, but regardless of their political stripes or hue, the message of the Barbados Labour Party successfully resonated within their bosoms, and they have given us their support. And therefore, with that awesome victory, Mr. Speaker, comes an awesome responsibility. Because first and foremost, we must always remember that we are elected to represent all of Barbados and not the people who wear red. And Mr. Speaker, now the dust has settled and the combatants have retreated to their corners, and the work of rebuilding Barbados has begun. And I must say that it has begun in a manner that can be described as nothing less than impressive. Mr. Speaker, I well remember what Barbados was like in the immediate aftermath of the 2008 election. Members of the Democratic Labour Party administration who were successful and who made their way into cabinet spent day after day, week after week, month after month, trying to figure out who in the staff in their respective ministries were Bs. And who were Ds? And who should be fired? And who should be hired? Who should be awarded contracts? Who should get a price steak off of their proverbial fatted calf? But while all of those things were going on, Barbados had begun to slip and to slide. There's that saying, sir, that Nero fiddled while Rome burned. Member for St. James Central is fond of using it, so I borrow it with, not with any attribution to you, but only because it is one of your favorites, sir. That Nero fiddled when Rome burned. And that has a double meaning, sir. It meant that Nero was playing music while his people suffered. You remember that Nero was the emperor of Rome. And so he was playing music while his people suffered. But the other meaning, sir, is that Rome had ineffectual leadership in the time of crisis. And when I reflect on both of those meanings, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that that particular saying very aptly describes the state of our country over the last 10 years. Because the Democratic Labour Party was interested in celebrating when they gave out a single house key. When they conveyed a house spot, they had massive tents and music and dancing and festivities for doing what the Barbados Labour Party always considered to be ordinary day-to-day work of government. And the most lavish fete that they had was a $7 million celebration of independence. And while that was a thing worthy of commendation and celebration even, we on our side cautioned that it was a mismatch of priorities. And for me, sir, at that time, my constituents had no water. And I could not in all conscience come to town and celebrate while my constituents were suffering. We've had 10 years of ineffectual leadership. A government that has put plan after plan, downgrade after downgrade, but the social compact that they had with Barbadians was disregarded, and our society is not just in physical decay, but decay in many other respects. But a new day, which we promised, has come. And I believe that the Barbadian electorate, all of the people who have an interest in Barbados, are standing by watching with some measure of respect the decisive way in which a Barbados Labour Party led by the Honourable Prime Minister Mia Mottley has come to power, and without pausing to celebrate and without pausing for festivities, has sought to wrestle the problems of our country to the ground. That is what you can only describe as decisiveness. And at every step of the way over the last 3 amazing weeks, there has also been something that we didn't have for 10 years. We had a dialogue with our people, a communication with our people, taking Barbadians into our confidence so that they understood the difficulties that are confronting us. And these things, sir, for myself and for our team, I am able to commit to the people of Barbados that they will continue for as long as we serve the people of this nation. It is useful to take note of some of the ways in which we differ from the people who have preceded us. I often look at the Democratic Labour Party manifesto of 2008, not for any inspiration, sir, but as a reminder of how not to do things. Because in 2008, the Democratic Labour Party promised to do integrity legislation within 100 days. Promise after promise after promise after promise, none of which were kept. But we distinguish ourselves because in October of 2017, the then leader of the opposition said to Barbadians that at our first sitting of Parliament, we will lay integrity legislation. Mr. Speaker, we didn't quite manage the first, but it was done on the second sitting of Parliament. And it is integrity legislation that the Leader of Government Business in the House will, I expect, notify members at the close of today's sitting that will be debated, at least in part, on Tuesday. And on that occasion, too, Mr. Speaker, she promised, and by she I mean the Prime Minister, promised that the government, our government, would abolish the NSRL. And that bill was laid in Parliament yesterday, sir. And another draconian piece of legislation which so hobbled business activity in Barbados because it required you to produce a tax certificate from the Barbados Revenue Authority if you so much as wanted to blow your nose. The Prime Minister promised that that would be repealed in short order, and Mr. Speaker, that bill too was laid in Parliament yesterday. I believe that the members of the Attorney General's chambers are probably beginning to worry that if we keep them at this pace, that they might be inclined to mutiny. But the reality is, sir, that we recognize that we have commitments to keep and that Barbados has a date with destiny in very short order. And I apologize to my own staff in the AG's office if they're a little bit overworked, but they should take comfort in the fact that we too on the front bench are working as hard as, if not a little bit more than them. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to offer my wrap-up immediately after the member for St. Andrew. And I'm sure that 5 years from now, he will have an opportunity to sing his swan song. But in case I forget, on behalf of this entire chamber, I want to thank him for being a mentor to all of us. I regret to tell you, sir, that we will not be celebrating his leaving us. We will be mourning it when that dreadful day comes. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are a few things that I think worthy of commendation. On Sunday, I had my motorcade, and a lady came up to me and she said, Mr. Marshall, tell me something. Are you all serious about giving back free university education? And you know, from the time we announced it, there were skeptics. The Democratic Labour Party poo-pooed it. Some of the literati in Barbados said it was an idle promise. Everything that you could possibly say negative about that commitment, that policy commitment, was thrown at us. But I was so happy to be able to say to that lady, because the reason she asked was because she has a daughter who has applied for university to go in September. But she works in a supermarket in My Lord's Hill, in the vegetable section, and does not know how she, if she saved every penny that she worked for, she does not know how she would get her daughter to university. And sir, I think that standing here today, recognizing that we have made a sacrifice in some areas so as to be able to empower another generation of Barbadians is perhaps the noblest thing that a political party in this generation can do. But all of our efforts may not have that import, but at every step of the way, they will bring about significant change in how we as Barbadians live. And for a long time, Mr. Speaker, we have grappled with this issue of how we deal with our sewage and our waste. And my constituency is one that is particularly affected by it because we still have a lot of, I don't want to say desolate areas, but areas where people don't live. And somehow or another, whenever somebody decides to dump something illegal, it makes its way into St. Thomas and St. Andrew and St. Joseph. And we are paying the price through the ruination of our environment simply because an administration did not take care to honor its commitment to the people. We are imposing, Mr. Speaker, a levy for the collection of refuse. But it need not have happened because the former Minister of Finance, Christopher Sinclair, imposed a levy at a rate of 2% on this country in the year 2016, I think it was. And he said then that it was for the purpose of purchasing garbage trucks. 2% in 2016. He came back to Parliament in 2017 having got the money for the levy, but having also not purchased a single truck. And he increased that dreaded NSRL to 10%. And he thought Barbadians were so foolish because he offered the same reason, that it was to buy the same trucks that the 2% should have bought. But no trucks have been bought. And the Barbados Labour Party administration, instead of being able to grapple with our critical issues, we now have to stop and say, so far and no further. And I know that I have some constituents who are concerned that this $1.50 a day being added to their water bill, they're complaining. I've got many text messages and they're saying, but Mr. Marshall, we still having water problems. So how do you want to carry it, my water bill? And I just want to take this opportunity to explain to them that it isn't that your water bill is being taken up, is being increased. It is that we have been forced to levy $1.50 per household per day. But the most effective mechanism for collecting it is to put the responsibility of collecting it on somebody that already has the capacity to do this. So we're not increasing your water bill by 40 or whatever dollars it is a month. What we are saying to you is that we want you to make a small contribution to allow the Sanitation Service Authority to get back to the mission that they have always had. We all know what a clean Barbados used to look like. I am ashamed, Mr. Speaker, to have people coming into Barbados as friends or relatives and to take them to parts of my constituency where, Mr. Speaker, there are areas as large as the distance between the Mace and your chair, sir, that are filled with garbage. Filled with garbage. And they're not in any back road, they're on the front. So this is what our guests are seeing. But what is worse, it is what we are seeing. It is what we are living with. It is what we are being pummeled with on a daily basis as the new face of what we used to describe as beautiful Barbados. We are changing every single one of those things, Mr. Speaker. We are grappling with the issue of the delivery of justice. The Prime Minister mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that there were 10,000 criminal cases. I didn't want to worry her because I was worried that she would not want to give me the 3 judges that I asked for. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, citing from the report of the Judicial Council for the year 2015, which is laid in Parliament, this is the last report to have been laid in Parliament by the Judicial Council. Mr. Speaker, in the magistrate's court in the year 2015, that is between the 1st of January 2015 and the 31st of December 2015, 365 days, sir, 52 weeks, 12 months. In the criminal and traffic division, so you would know that I'm not including domestic, civil, domestic violence, or juvenile. Those numbers are relatively small. But in only the criminal and traffic division of the magistracy in Barbados, sir, a total of 21,729 cases were filed. Over a period of 365 days, 21,729 cases were filed in the magistrate's court. Mr. Speaker, we would have to make every single adult in Barbados a magistrate to be able to deal with the 21,729 filed in 2015. And I can assure you, sir, that a similar number was filed in 2014, and a similar number was filed in 2013. So we probably have, knocking around in the court system of the magistracy in Barbados, perhaps bizarrely as many, it could perhaps reach as many as 100,000 cases. That is what we've come to. And in the High Court, sir, purely with the civil bench, and sir, no disrespect intended, but your appearances in the civil court were, they matched my appearances in the criminal court. Let's just leave it that way, sir. But between the year 2011 and 2015, a 5-year period, a total of 10,353 civil cases were filed. 10,000, sir. There is absolutely no way with our existing manpower that we could seriously boast about delivering justice to the people of Barbados when our courts, our court system is inundated with this volume of cases. It is impossible, sir. And 3 judges, which we desperately need, will only be the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Speaker, there are 954 what used to be called assize cases. They're not assize cases anymore, but you know what I mean, criminal cases in the High Court that are outstanding between 2003 and 2017, sir, 954. That's the extent of that backlog, and this only goes as far back as 2003. And what has been happening, Mr. Speaker, you know only too well. We have people on remand for capital offenses that the system must liberate and give bail to, because 3 and 4 and sometimes 5 years perhaps pass, and a man or woman charged with murder has not yet got his or her day in court. I am pleased to say to this chamber that the DPP, as part of them joining in the effort to get rid of the backlog, has taken a decision to prioritize all capital trials. All capital trials. So it means that the assault will have to wait a little bit. It means that the burglary and the theft and all those other things will have to wait a little bit. But we cannot continue, sir, to have such a large number of murder cases sitting in our system without being treated with the priority that they deserve. And similar priority is going to be given to rapes and other sexual offenses, because it is a disgrace that a country like Barbados would wait 8 and 9 years to do a rape trial, or to do a trial where you have a sexual assault of a minor. It is wrong. It is wrong for the accused, but it is also wrong for the victim. So I have pledged to the DPP to give her department the resources that she needs so that we can also wrestle the issue of the delivery of criminal justice to the ground. But there are some hard decisions that are going to have to be made, and Barbadians, in the same way that we've been taking you into our confidence, I believe I have an obligation as Attorney General to carry on with that, sir. When you have perhaps as many as 100,000 cases in the magistrate's court, you have to make a decision. You have to make a decision, sir. And we are rapidly approaching the point where we are going to have to simply say, let us forget some of these cases. In fact, let us forget many of them, sir. How many of you, as members of Parliament, can reflect on situations where relatives and friends and neighbors were caught in a vicious combat, and they come to you and they, as they say in Barbados, they want to kill and cure. But 2 years down the line, somehow or another, the tempers don't flare so high anymore, and they make peace. They make peace. But you know what? When the tempers were flaring, the first people at the call were the people at District F or District E, and therefore there's a court case in those courts waiting to be tried when the people have long since made up and are eating at the one head on Sundays. And sometimes they have even passed into the great beyond. So we are going to have to use a surgical approach and simply say that the system can no longer carry this load, and that we are fooling ourselves if we think that by holding on to 20 or 30 or 40,000 cases in the system that we are dispensing justice. All that we are doing, Mr. Speaker, you well know, is to be causing the wheels of justice to grind to a halt, and then everybody suffers. So the people of our country will have to expect that in the coming months, a system will be rolled out where thousands upon thousands upon thousands of those cases that have no hope of ever seeing the light of day will simply be taken out of the system. It is not the fault of the accused. It is not the fault of the victim. It is not even the fault of the lawyers. It is that we have a system that has become so overburdened that it can no longer carry its own weight. And to save the system, we have to be like a surgeon and cut away some of that baggage. And the same thing is going to happen with the assize cases. The same thing is going to have to happen. And the method that we are hoping to employ would see an element of restorative justice coming into play. And these are not new things. In the drug court, when an individual, a young man or woman in Barbados, goes before our existing drug court, they have the option of pleading guilty at the outset, but no fine or penalty is imposed as long as they go through the system, or they go through the counseling first, and upon successful completion, no convictions recorded. And I can see no good reason why we cannot take a similar approach for some of our cases in the High Court criminal jurisdiction, where if one individual has injured another, should he or she agree to make restitution, then it is open to the DPP to say, well, you all sort that out, I will make sure it's sorted out, and upon it being sorted out, I will discontinue the case against you. In an instance like that, sir, the victim can feel that he or she has received justice. The accused will recognize that he or she has been compelled to pay a penalty, but the society benefits without having to drag individuals through our court system. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to be able to throw money at everything, and I'm so happy that my colleague, the leader of government business in the House, was brave enough to remind our constituents of a simple truth, that if you keep doing what you're doing, you will keep getting what you always got. And that truth relates to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that already know that they're lining up at her constituency office saying, I'm looking for a job, I want this. It's happening already to all of our newer MPs. And, you know, we are elected to serve and to represent, and we all know that it is so hard to say, hold on. You can't get it just yet. But we do a disservice to our constituents when we hold out to them that the economy is standing on such strong legs that they can expect that they can get a job at the NHC around the corner or at Public Works in another week or two. I too pray for the time when jobs will come. But if we keep doing what we've always done, we will keep getting what we always got. And I know that the economists among us are worried that we should take those approaches again. Mr. Speaker, as difficult a time as appears for our country on the horizon, I am gladdened and fortified by the voices of those people who are meeting us on the street and who are saying, we understand. And some are saying, it could have been worse. And others are saying, if we could endure 10 years of hardship on the Democratic Labour Party, we could handle a little bit more strain in the interest of saving the nation. And I believe that by expressing their confidence in us at the polls, the people of Barbados, in giving us this mandate, have said to us that we will walk this journey with you. It's not going to be easy, but I know, Mr. Speaker, that we will get it done in the interests of our people. In my final words, sir, I want to, at the request of the Minister of Finance, say to Barbadians who have already been asking that within the next 2 weeks, the relevant amendments to the income tax and corporation tax structure will be put in place so as to bring certainty, Mr. Speaker, to the budgetary announcements made by the Prime Minister. And I am also asked, sir, to indicate that the non-contributory pensions will be paid from the 9th of July. Mr. Speaker, we are starting out a journey. And the member for St. Andrew knows that I tend not to display my softer side, the side that sometimes causes me to read poems. But there's a famous Barbadian poet, H.A. Vaughan, who many decades ago, Mr. Speaker, penned an absolutely brilliant poem called To the Unborn Leader. And with your indulgence, sir, I wish to share it with my colleagues, some of which might actually be kindly disposed toward the Attorney General sharing a work of poetry to this chamber, sir. H.A. Vaughan was a noted Barbadian scholar. And to the unborn leader, he said, sir, you who may come 100 years after our troubled bones are dust, far-seeing statesmen born to lead and worthiest of the people's trust, turn these few pages in that hour when by dark doubts you are assailed, of what it boots to shape their power. Read what we won and where we failed. And barb the word with wisdom fit, and build, oh build, where we but dream. Expose, undo, repair, extend, as you, O Master, best may deem. But whatsoe'er of ours you keep, whatever fades or disappears, above all else we send you this, the flaming faith of these first years. I'm obliged to you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution read to this chamber on Monday by the Prime Minister do now pass.
I beg to second that, sir.
Question is that the resolution read to this honorable chamber by the honorable Prime Minister on Monday be now passed. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those honorable members against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The honorable leader of the opposition has called for a division.
Mr. Speaker, sorry?
The honorable leader of the opposition has called for a division.
Oh,
Are we done?
He already said he agreed with it. Right, he already said he agreed.
Ms. Bradshaw? Aye. Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Toppin?
Aye.
Ms. Ford? Aye. Mr. Prescott?
Aye.
Mr. Simmons?
Aye.
Lieutenant Bostick? Lieutenant Colonel Bostis.
Aye. Jeffrey, don't answer to that, boy.
Mr. Hickson.
Aye.
Mr. Sutherland.
Aye.
Dr. Duguid.
Aye.
Mrs. Husbands.
Aye.
Mr. Abrams.
Aye.
Mr. Weir.
Aye.
Mr. Ford.
Aye.
His Honor, Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Mr. Thorne.
Aye.
Mr. Goodenagel.
Aye.
Mr. Payne.
Aye.
Reverend Atherley.
Aye.
Mr. Griffith.
Aye.
Mr. Phillips.
Aye.
Mr. King.
Aye.
Mr. Jordan.
Aye.
Mr. Humphrey.
Aye.
Ms. Carroll.
Aye.
Mr. Strawn.
Aye.
Dr. Ford.
Not here. Not here.
Not Ford, was it?
Brown.
Dr. Brown, sorry, Dr. Brown, Dr. Brown, Dr. Brown.
Ford, as usual.
And Mr. Rowe.
Aye.
Mr. Speaker, 28 honorable members, the 29 honorable members voted in favor of the
29.
28 honorable members voted in favor of it. And there were no and one
Oh, yeah.
absent. No noes, no abstentions.
Based on the division, methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, with that we have come to the end of today's sitting. I want to take the opportunity to thank all honorable members, for their contributions during the debate over the course of the last 3 years, and in particular the Honourable Prime Minister for the presentation of the... Yeah, okay. No, not yet. Oh, yeah.
Based on the ayes, the resolution is now passed.
Yeah, so again, I wish to thank all honourable members for their contributions to this debate, and in particular the Honourable Prime Minister for succinctly setting out the proposals in relation to this particular budget. As the Honourable Member for St. Joseph would have mentioned, she is absent due to an emergency meeting in relation to a meeting that was called with the International Monetary Fund. And I would wish to adjourn this sitting until Tuesday, the 19th of June at 10 a.m. in the morning.
I'd like to second that.
The question is that this Honourable House stands adjourned until the 19th day of June at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. This Honourable House now stands adjourned until the 19th day of June at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.